Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya Railways say a Magadi train operated by Tata Chemicals caught fire at Simba Station in Kajiado County on Wednesday. According to the Kenya Railways, early reports show the fire may have started after damage to the locomotive's fuel tank caused fuel to leak and spark. The corporation says investigations are ongoing to determine the exact cause of the incident. Kenya Railways has also sent a team to the scene and says it is working closely with Tata Chemicals Magadi Limited to support response efforts.
I saw a gunshot wound at this point. It passed to the other side, then to his chest, where the heart is located. Yeah, so I think it's just one shot, but it passed through this layer to the heart.
IPOA should invade and all the stakeholders that were involved wakuja kuekelea vijana ati wando walikuwa na jaribu kuloot ama kupiga kinara wetu PS. We are not that. We are not goons.
Police are investigating the fatal shooting of political mobilizer Cecil Ouma in Nairobi. 7 people, including 2 bodyguards attached to Youth Affairs Principal Secretary Fikirini Jacobs, have recorded statements with detectives following the incident. Ouma was allegedly shot dead on Tuesday along Park Road after an altercation shortly after the PS left a Kikao program in Kariokor. The victim's brother says the mobilizer suffered 3 gunshot wounds. Treasury CS John Mbadi maintains that there is no legal hurdles in the deal involving the sale of Safaricom shares to Vodacom. Mbadi says the transaction has already been concluded and the government expects more than 200 billion Kenya shillings to be received by Friday. According to the Treasury CS, the money will be deposited into the National Infrastructure Fund at the Central Bank.
Yeah, no, that one I'll leave to the judiciary to determine or deal with. I don't want to give my opinion today. What I know is that we don't have any legal hurdles now, and we have concluded the transaction. I am very confident that on Friday we'll have the money in our accounts. That is the over 200 billion Kenya shillings. So the transaction is complete.
Nigeria says it plans to ask South Africa for compensation after some Nigerians left the country during recent protests against undocumented migrants. A spokesperson for Nigeria's foreign ministry told the BBC that the matter will be discussed by leaders from both countries. Nigeria's acting High Commissioner to South Africa also said the government is recording businesses and properties that Nigerians may have abandoned during the unrest. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Movie. It is now 4 minutes past 6 o'clock. We're glad to be here this particular morning. It is the second day of July 2026. Shukuru Mungu sababu umeweza kuona siku kama ya leo. Na hata kama wewe huwa haumuombi Mungu, shukuru sababu siku ya leo imekuona. Ama namna gani? Douglas Kibogonga, very good morning to you. I see you. You're saying morning. I enjoy the show. Thank you so much. Orash Boni says good morning. CD CT CP na brother Mbuvi na Edna na Openje. Mnaona vile Africa tunalimwa last minutes. Manze inauma. I watched the game yesterday between DRC Congo.
Dr. Congo.
Walikuwa wanacheza na England manze. And we played a very good game. We scored the first goal at around the 7th minute there. Not even around, it was on the 7th minute. That's when we scored the first goal. Then tukadhani sasa ni hivyo. Sasa tukaenda nao tukasema watu tunawamaliza leo. Tukafika second half, bado tuko 0-1. Tukaenda nao teke. Then somewhere along the line, there is this guy called Hurricane. Manze, he scored. And he scored a second one. What I noticed about yesterday's game is that DRC Congo had a very good defense. Lakini mahali pa kuscore goals, they had no strategy for scoring goals, and that thing really killed me. Nilikuwa naangalia nasema wase, wacheni kuzuia, wacheni tu kudefend. At least hata kimbeni pale muscore. Because these guys called English, man, they were giving us hot ones. The goalkeeper for Congo is called Mpasi. Mpasi was defending those goals like nobody's business.
Walishindwa ngapi?
0-2 bana. Sorry, 1-2. Ilitoka 1-2. Yani tulikuwa Mpasi alikuwa anashika hizo mabao. Si kuruka, si kuangukia, si kudeflect, si kufanya nini. And of course even the DRC Congo the DR Congo defense was also on point. Man, those guys are a wall. And Hurricane alisoma hiyo kitu na akajua sasa.
Hurricane, my friend, is prolific.
He plays for Bayern. Previously he was playing for Tottenham, and at Tottenham he was doing amazing. And then he went to Bayern also. He learnt other skills. Now he's decimated DRC yesterday. And actually, when he scored the first goal, I was like, guys, it was a header first of all. I was like, guys, hiyo kichwa bwana, mnafaa kujua jamaa, hamfai kumwachia nafasi. Alitafuta ka space tu akaingiza ndani. Then kidogo a few minutes later, I think it was on the 85th minute or something, I can't remember really well, scored another one. And that's when I knew Nivyo sisi kwisha, because at that particular point they were going to defend it until the whistle was blown. I felt really bad, because by the time DRC Congo was realizing they need to start scoring goals, it was too late. John Mutua says, Qatar niko tuned in. Well, karibu tena sana John Mutua. Always a pleasure to have you on the show rather. City, wewe ulikuwa unafanya nini jana usiku watu wakicheza mpira? Unalalanga saa ngapi City?
What time was the game?
7 p.m.
I was awake, I was reading.
Okay, I forgot when ule msoma. Forgot.
But I told you, I actually set time to watch football. But I knew DR Congo were playing because somebody told me.
Yeah.
Yes.
On to other news. There's a gentleman called Cecil Oma who was shot dead. And people are saying that, different people are saying different things. Boniface Mwangi, though, has come out and said that, Cecil Oma was one of those guys that you couldn't have a meeting in Nairobi without his express permission. For lack of a better word. I mean, that's how I understood it anyway. But unfortunately, he lost his life in the hands of... Well, they say that... I don't know how they've explained it, really. I mean, I'm sure we'll encounter that story somewhere here. But he was inside PS Fikirini's car. PS Fikirini is the...
He was inside the car?
The car when he was shot, yes.
Inside the car?
Ndani ya gari ya mheshimiwa, yes.
So, what was he doing inside the car?
So, according to Boniface Mwangi, not Fikirini, but Bwana Cecil, he was one of those guys, if you don't pay him for your meetings within Nairobi, he will disrupt them. According to Boniface Mwangi. He actually knew of Cecil when he was shot. So according to Boniface, huyu jamaa ni lazima ungemuona kando ili mkutano wako uweze kufanya nini? Uweze kuendelea. No, and if you have an understanding, unaweza muona even after, because atakuja kuambia CT bwana, CP, I'm over here. Alafu mwambie tulia boss, acha nimalize mkutano then yeah, so basically he was a taxman according to Mr. Boniface Mwangi. And yesterday, was it yesterday that he was shot?
So why Anyway, you can't know why he was shot.
Yes, I think he was shot yesterday.
Yeah, but
in Pangani.
Whether he's a goon or not a goon, what had he done that warranted being shot?
So I don't know.
Again, you can't know. I am actually thinking aloud.
The only witnesses that we have are the PS and the bodyguards.
Who shot him?
Of course, the bodyguards.
Wajua, a life is a life, bro.
A life is a life.
Even if this guy is a renowned and certified thug.
And Boniface Mwangi agrees with you. He was saying no one deserves to die in that particular way.
Well, the thing is, the question has to be asked, why was he killed?
So
what was he being shot for? What had he done?
Maybe the gun just misfired.
Hakuna.
Acha nikwambie. Hii kitu ndio mapolisi wanafanya investigation. So no one has come out to say that, hey guys, this is exactly what happened. But the bullet iliingia kwa mkono hapa kwa side. Yeah, kwa karibu na elbow, ikatokezea hapa upande wa ndani, ikaingia hadi kwa kifua, alafu ikaenda kwa roho. Oh, it must be this side, yes, the left side. So bunduki ama risasi, sorry, iliingilia hapa, ikatokezea hapa, ikaingia hapa, ikaenda direct hadi kwa roho na ikasimamisha roho tu.
Paul, by the time you are licensed to carry a firearm, you know exactly what you're doing, and people do not unsheath the firearm unless they want to use it.
Yeah.
Sio kitu ati unatoa, sio kalamu ya kuandika.
Let me just say that for me, the information I'm giving you is scanty. Until we get a proper what is it called, a proper report from the National Police Service, and of course the folks that were with him at the time of his shooting also have got to give a report.
That Fikirini should explain to us exactly what happened, because somebody's killed in a car that is said to be yours, or a car that has been given to you for purposes of work. You are a material witness. Yes.
So that is what happened. But this is my speculation as Paul Mongala movie, which by the way could be 150% wrong. Maybe he went and told the PS, bwana, itabidi umetoa kitu ama huu mkutano wako pia si lazima.
Had the gentleman finished his meeting, or was he starting it?
Again, I don't have that information.
Precisely. Now, it doesn't really matter. The bodyguard, if it's there, or bodyguards, if they're there together, the PS, watu waende waandike statement.
Wameshafanya hiyo kazi yote.
Waeleze nini ilifanyika. Yes.
Hiyo yote wameshafanya. Actually, hata inaandikwa kwa DCI yao. So, the thing here is, maybe alienda, akaambia PS, bro ni aje, itabidi manzejo, umecheza kaa wewe. PS akamwambia, buda, mimi sichezangi hivyo. Itabidi wewe ndio umecheza kama
Paul. Let's talk about something else.
A big shout out to Madgedagaweka Crocodile. Alafu amedelete message yake. Douglas Kibongong is asking you a question. He's saying, City, was there truth someone says a constituency did not have a single tarmac?
There are constituencies that may not have tarmac in the country.
An entire constituency?
Yes. I said they may be. Yes, they may be.
But you're right. Because if what I've heard about Uko Northeastern is true, unaweza pata an entire constituency. The only thing it has...
I don't tell Northeastern. You just need to go to places like Tana River, and you would ask yourself whether their counties... There are parts of this country where it is not difficult to have a situation where an entire constituency haina nini. It's not an impossibility, and neither is it something difficult to contemplate. Yes.
Madegwa Crocodile amesema Mine City and movie Eldoret City iko tuned kama kawa. All right, there you have it. Salamu zimefika, asante tena sana. And I know there's a guy called MC Tonje. Huyo kawaida hata before I check anakuanga ndani. So the producer has given us some clarity on that issue. She's saying the meeting was after he did the job, he wanted the pay. He was given 10,000, which was not enough according to him. He went to ask for more. What transpired next, we don't know. Thank you very much, Edna, for that one. Good evening. Not good evening. Good morning. MC Tonje yako pale checking in. Thank you so much, my brother. Tuingie katika hiyo kitu tunaitanga methali tafadhali.
No partridge scratches the ground in search of food for another.
No what?
Partridge.
Yeah. Partridge ni nani?
Have you heard of wanyama ambao wanafanana na kuku but they fly? Umesikia guinea fowl?
Guinea fowl namjua?
Hiyo family.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually kwetu tunakulanga guinea fowl.
Hata sisi ukipata tunakula.
Kwetu kwanza zinakuanga, kuna watu wamefuga guinea fowl. My grandmother amefuga guinea fowl.
Mimi, I remember we used to hunt them when I was a child.
Yes.
But then it was a long time since I was a child.
I actually know very many people in Ukambani who keep guinea fowl as food, the same way we keep chicken.
I remember Bamburi in Mombasa had a farm where they used to breed things like guinea fowls.
Okay.
Walikuwa na vitu, hata samaki walikuwa wako nayo. Wanafuga.
Nice.
These are people who had learned to reclaim quarries. Mali wamechimba but wanini?
Yes.
Wanapanda miti, then you have a forest. So a gentleman called Dr. Hala. They even named a park after him called Hala Park.
I know Hala Park.
Yes. So Bamburi had many things apart from just kuunda simiti.
Yes.
They had very many things.
Okay.
No partridge scratches the ground in search of food for another.
So kila mtu anajitafutianga.
Ndio hivyo. Ukiona ananio, usifikiri anatafutia mtu mwingine.
True.
Ni yake.
And his family.
Ndio hiyo.
But let me ask, do birds actually like for example chicken? When I see a chicken with wanaitwa vifaranga, alafu wanaenda huko kwa msitu kutafuta vitu, huyo kuku pia huwa anatafutia watoto wake ama yeye anaonyesha watoto wake, wewe tafuta bana venye
but you hujafuga kuku kumbe?
Tumefuga kuku lakini sikwangi nikiobserve.
No, they do exactly what you're saying. They scratch
for their vifarangas.
Then they make that crackling sound and then the chicks come and start eating, then they stand by and watch. Oh yes, they do. They do.
Okay. But partridges don't do that. Sour. I cannot wait to see or hear what our guests will say, if they actually even do know what a partridge is. Hiyo tutangoja tuone. Right now though, tuingie pale katika radiogeneration.co.ke and see what is making headlines. And we have our first story. PS Fikirini's bodyguards among 7 quizzed in probe into youth mobilizers' fatal shooting. Police have questioned 7 people, including 2 bodyguards attached to Youth Affairs Principal Secretary Fikirini Jacobs, as investigations intensify into the fatal shooting of youth mobilizer Cecil Ouma, following a government youth empowerment forum in Nairobi. Ouma, a 28-year-old civil engineering student at the Technical University of Kenya and an active youth mobilizer, was shot dead on Tuesday. So it was on Tuesday, along Park Road, shortly after attending an event organized by the State Department for Youth Affairs under the Kikao program in Kariokor. Detectives are seeking to establish the circumstances that led to the shooting and have so far recorded statements from the 2 security officers attached to the PS, a director from the State Department for Youth Affairs who was reportedly inside the PS's vehicle at the time, and several witnesses who were present during the shooting. All right. Sawa. So there you have it. Police said investigators are also relying on witness accounts and forensic evidence as they work to reconstruct the sequence of events that ended in Ouma's death. According to family members, Ouma had mobilized about 60 young people to attend the government forum. After the event, concerns reportedly emerged among participants over transport money that had allegedly been provided. Ouma's brother, that is Jeff Otieno, said the youth leader had been given 10,000 by the PS, and later informed the group about the amount. So he was given 10,000 by the PS. He told the youths waiting for the money, I only have 10,000. Okay, divide 10,000 by 60 people. Iyo Rafi kile mtu hapa anapata pesa ngapi? Haya. I don't know how we will share it. He told him the amount was too little and advised him to return. They told him the amount was too little and advised him to return the money to the PS instead of fighting over it, said Ouma's brother, that is Jeff Otieno. So hapa kila mtu alikuwa kule 150 shillings. Roughly 150 bob.
Yes.
Akakuja akaambia watu, so we are 60 of us. Wewe umetoka wapi? 150 itatutosha.
Hiyo 150 hata bus fare ilikuwa haitoshi.
Of course haitoshi. Depending on where you're coming from. Sijui alikuwa amemobilize from where. But akaambia wase bana ndio 10,000. Tunafaa kugawana 150 kila mtu apate wanchwani turudi nyumbani. wakamwambia buda fanya hivi, hiyo pesa itoshi, just return it to the PS, tell him he either adds or it's okay,
tuachane naye,
it's never that serious. And you know the moment you unarudisha pale unaambia bwana mwesha tu amesema hapa, because maybe the PS was not even in the car, because we are told well, there's a director, then the secretary, not the secretary but the security guards who were there in the car. Ukweli utatokezea baadaye. I'm sure once the investigation is done tutaambiwa exactly what happened. Appeal or reshuffle, Ruto weighs options after cabinet declared unconstitutional. So President William Ruto is under pressure to make major decisions about the future of his cabinet after the High Court ruled that its current composition violates the Constitution's gender requirements, opening the door to a possible reshuffle. Yes.
We are back at that one again. Remember in the Uhuru era we had the same discussion. Yes, we did.
For the cabinet.
Yes, and if you remember,
yes,
one of the and Parliament actually, Maraga, the Supreme Court ruled that Parliament, the Parliament should be disbanded.
I think the High Court the other day said that ruling was unconstitutional.
You do know that a High Court cannot suspend or cannot do away with the Supreme Court ruling. Are you aware?
If it's not the High Court, but there's a court that said something.
Yes,
let me just confirm.
I'm trying to tell you, that was a Supreme Court ruling.
Okay.
So here, the lower court, bro, hiyo jurisdiction hawana.
Acha nikwambie ni gani walisema, but ulikuwa unasema kitu kuhusu cabinet composition, because now
I am saying that we had the same problem during the Uhuru government. That's all I was saying. We haven't met that threshold, the 2/3 gender route. We have not met that threshold.
Yes. So the story here is it is actually the High Court that said, according to the Standard, this is on the 5th of June, High Court rules ex-CJ David Maraga prematurely recommended dissolution of 12th Parliament, says advisory not submitted to Attorney General and National Assembly as required by Constitution. So they didn't overturn it really, they just said it was premature.
Let me just explain something to you.
Yes, sir.
The reason why you have higher courts is so that when a lower court has made a declaration and there are those who disagree with it,
they go there.
You keep taking it, you keep pushing it up. The magistrate unaenda High Court, kutoka High Court unaenda Court of Appeal, kutoka Court of Appeal unaenda Supreme Court. That's the whole purpose.
Right.
So ikishafika huko juu, ati hapa chini ati bro, you can make as much noise as you want, but there's nothing you're going to do about it. Yes.
So this issue of 22 cabinet secretaries, the thing is, the ruling has handed the president 120 days to bring the cabinet into compliance with the 2/3 gender principle, creating a fresh challenge that touches on both constitutional obligations and political interests. So according to because I was listening to the news yesterday, wamesema the president needs to minus 2 gentlemen in that cabinet and then plus 2 women to still maintain it at 22, but he needs to get rid of 2 gentlemen and include 2 ladies, at least to meet the threshold.
If my opinion was asked, I know one person who should be removed.
Actually, I know you know several people who need to go.
There's one particular one who I feel should be removed ahead of any other person being considered.
Yes. So I don't know what the president is going to do, whether he's going to do anything, because let's not forget, we live in a country whereby court rulings are just that.
Yes, there are
for some people, not for everyone.
No. One of the things that we've seen with people who are in powerful positions, they seem to think court rulings are suggestions.
Yes. Unajua unaweza toa wawili alafu weke wanawake wawili.
Lakini si lazima. Just
ukiona tu. At your discretion.
Ukijisikia,
si lazima.
Bas.
But sheria inasema hivi, but si lazima.
Yes.
So we'll wait and see if there will be a reshuffle, whether there will be a minusing, because I don't think he can add any more CSs, can he? This is the maximum number.
Hiyo ni maximum.
Ikishafika hapo haezi ongeza. Anaweza reduce lakini haezi ongeza.
Yes.
Ama atoe tu wanaume na aseme ni hivyo. Hii cabinet iko sawa tu hivyo. I don't know. Anyway, yeye ndiye ataangalia one venye ata meet your threshold, if at all he will meet the threshold. IPOA to probe alleged abductions, injuries linked to June 25th Gen Z anniversary protests. What I like about IPOA, yesterday they came out guns blazing and they said, look here, we have a problem, guys. And they pointed fingers at the police and they told them, you guys are misbehaving. They said it, but that's it. Full stop. They said it.
How exactly were the police misbehaving?
Okay, let me just read this. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority has opened investigations into allegations of abductions and forced disappearances, unlawful detentions, and injuries reported during the June 25th, 2026 demonstrations held to commemorate the second anniversary of the Gen Z protests. Now, in a statement issued on Wednesday, the police watchdog said it had deployed monitoring teams across the country during the demonstrations in line with its mandate under the IPOA Act and had since started gathering information and complaints from members of the public affected by the events. According to the authority, preliminary observations showed that police carried out public order management operations in various areas, including setting up barricades along major roads in parts of Nairobi and Mombasa, where only limited protest activities were witnessed. However, IPOA expressed concern over the conduct of some officers involved in the operations. The authority said it continues to receive and verify reports of missing persons, alleged abductions, unlawful detentions, and physical assaults involving individuals arrested during the demonstrations. So according to the statement, this is what they said. Equally, the authority observed that some officers wore balaclavas while others were dressed in plain clothes, armed, and used motor vehicles with concealed registration and number plates, contrary to existing court orders, the statement said. Nyinyi mnafanya wewe umevaa balaclava kwa nini wewe? Na wewe uko na plain clothes na umeshika bunduki. Alafu hiyo gari mbona haina registration? Mnaweka watu kwa boot. Kwa boot. Mnaweka mtu kwa boot. Mnafanya mtu kama siti ajikunje huko kwa boot. For why? So there you have it. There's another video doing rounds. I don't know if you've seen it.
It's doing rounds.
Cops got into policemen, plain clothes. Got into some residential, it was a slum area. Bwana walitandika tu kwa manyumba zao. Nyumba. So someone was recording from an elevated position. He recorded police.
What is it that led to...
That's the thing. Go after protesters in the streets, on the road, those ones throwing stones. Munaingia kwa nyumba ya mtu mkitafuta nini?
That's what I'm asking. Why? There must, for all these things that seem bizarre, and some are genuinely
there has to be
bizarre,
a reason.
There has to be. In all honesty, there has to be. And that's what I'm wondering. What is it?
Why are you getting to someone's house? Hii ni kitongoji duni. It was a slum area, nyumba ya mabati.
Remember the time when the sort of Bibi Pendo came into being?
Yes.
It's something similar. Police enter a certain area, a low-cost area, what they call informal settlements, and start beating people. And some trigger-happy person
just decides to drop another one. Another few.
And you're thinking, what on earth is the matter with you?
Huko unafuata yule anakimbia ukakirusha mawe. Huyo ni sawa. Okay, si sawa. But huyu ako kwa nyumba yake, shida yake ni gani? Makosa yake ni gani?
Nyalenda in Kisumu has borne the brunt of some of these things over a long period of time. Police enter the haki wanaingia tu nyumba wanapiga tu watu tu wakiendelea tu.
Yeah.
Woe betide if they meet you at wewe una habari and you happen to be walking by.
Yes.
Utaumia. Utaumia.
You really need then you remember when the PS said that no one has been arrested. No one has been abducted. Nini. There's a guy who turned up dead, and there's actually a video of him being taken by cops and bundled into a vehicle.
I'm asking this question because if Raymond Omolo says there are no abductions, all right, then I am going to interpret it as the police are not abducting. So who is abducting?
Yeah.
Because abductions are taking place. Yes.
People are being taken by force.
Yeah, so who are these people who are taking these people by force? Who?
So the guy turned up dead. Uzuri say everyone is taking pictures, videos, whether they're doing it from their offices, from their homes, the guys in the streets. And there was an ex-user, Twitter. Someone on Twitter, nashinonga kuita X. who was asking, so this person abducted himself, put himself into a Subaru, and then killed himself.
Well, he drove himself off first.
Yeah, using this said Subaru.
Yes.
Bana, you know, when someone explains logic in that particular way.
You know, when some of these things started, there's a time when a former foreign minister called Dr. Robert Hugo, was killed.
Yes.
Okay? According to the story, according to the narration of what happened, the DCI then, okay, explained. The series of events were actually quite strange because there was a story of the body being dropped by helicopter into his compound. The body had burn marks. The body had injuries. So one wondered, let's understand this. So did he burn himself and then he boarded the helicopter only to jump from the helicopter to his compound? Or did he beat himself up, okay, then entered the helicopter and then started burning himself as he dropped down?
Explain the logic.
Yeah, because the way it was explained, it didn't make sense at all.
Yeah.
We often treat certain things in a way that sets a precedent, and we do not see how far or the consequences of that precedence and how it will influence similar situations later. Okay? Because, and then by then he was shot also.
Yes.
So, yes.
Oh, he had gunshot wounds.
Yes, he had.
Okay.
So did he, so sequence of events. So which preceded what? Did he shoot himself and then boarded the helicopter?
Then burned himself.
And then jumped. So
explain the sequence.
Sequence, just so that we understand, because he was clearly burnt. He has been shot. They had body injuries. Okay, and clearly the body had been dropped from a helicopter.
Yes.
Unless he was flying from some place, and the helicopter was also flying around his compound at that same time. This series of events need to be explained.
Yeah.
Now,
because they definitely don't make sense.
No, they do not. So if you are saying, I'm taking the view that nobody is abducted.
Yes.
And because the accusation has been the police are abducting. Yet people are abducted. So who is abducting if the police are not abducting?
Before we get into the traffic updates, you remember there's a guy who went to parliament during the 2024 maandamano na akasema, we are here Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yule kijana
anaitwa Ezekiel, na nilikuwa tafuta jina yake, anaitwa Ezekiel Kiama Nzioki. So Ezekiel
chakukoteni sasa
bwana, he has been charged with malicious damage to property, of course parliamentary property.
How much is the property worth?
41 million bob. 41 million Kenya shillings.
That's the damage.
That's the damage.
And he's being blamed for all of it.
For sure. Ile kukula walienda huko kitchen wakakula.
Yes, but they're going to have to prove that he's the one who caused that damage.
Well, there's a video of him that he recorded in parliament.
Yes, but
saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, tumekuja hapa.
41 million shillings worth of damage. They have to prove he's the one who caused that damage.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, wewe unajua ameshikwa na nani wewe? Ama ujui nani amemshika wewe?
That man hakushikwa. That man had disappeared. Then he reappeared
and did an interview.
Yes, he reappeared. So it's not that he alijileta mwenyewe. Kuna mahali alikuwa ameenda akajificha, akaona vitu vimekulkul, amerudi.
Na alifanya vizuri kujificha because kuna watu walikuanga nao parliament huko, they are not alive today. Haya, sawa. Wacha tuangalie traffic ya Nairobi na Mombasa iko namna gani.
Traffic.
Ngong Road is not looking bad. Actually, let me just refresh this one and confirm, because I'm shocked. We're having clear roads today, man. This is good. If you're heading towards, coming from or going to town on Ngong Road, uko sawa. Either you're going to Ngong as well, uko fiti. Valley Road not looking bad at all. Agwings Kodek, Kikambala, Gitanga Road kule. Wacha niangalia watu wa Westlands. Wayakiwe mko sawa kabisa also. Wayakiwe is actually very smooth. Coming all the way from Kangemi, heading all the way to the CBD. It's moving quite well. And then it connects to Uhuru Highway, and then Uhuru Highway connects with Mombasa Road. So if you're going or coming back from town, I can tell you for free, everything is looking yes. Twende Thika Super Highway. No, wait, before Thika Super Highway, Airport North Road kuna few red spots, but these are probably maximum 1 minute delays. You guys are moving quite well on Airport North Road and also on Outer Ring Road pia. Hiyo iko sawa. Watu wa Joska pia huko Kangundo Road hiyo iko fiti kabisa. Hakuna shida yoyote. Thika Super Highway leo pale Pangani is not looking bad, but the traffic starts at Utali Hotel. From my estimation, I'm thinking this is maximum 5 minutes delay. Kiambu Road is very clear today, but when you get to Pangani, well, you know what happens over there. But beyond that one, if I go back to a place called Kenyatta University or barabara yote ya Thika Road, iko sawa. Mpaka Ruiru mko sawa. Eastern Bypass pia inakaa fiti. Checking out Mombasa County kwa kina City huku. Mali aliishi na akafanya kazi miaka mingi sana. Everything is looking good. Sheikh Abdullah Road iko sawa. Lumumba Road iko sawa. Huko ni wapi? Moi Avenue iko sawa kabisa. Nkuruma Road. Basically Mombasa kwa sasa, hata pale Kengeleni mali huwa tunaona traffic kidogo. Hakuna msongamano hata kidogo. Lakini if you see something, please let us know.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
It's time for us to check out the papers this particular morning. Which one shall I start with? Let me see. Kuna yenye napendanga kuangalia. Tutaangalia kadha wa kadha. So do stand by for this one. Let me start with the Standard newspaper front page. I'll start with Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo inasema hivi, inauliza nani atatemwa. That is what they're asking, because katiba rather inamruhusu rais kuteua mawaziri 22 pekee, na mahakama inasisitiza lazima kuwe na usawa wa kijinsia. So there some folks have been pictured, and it's just the men, because according to katiba hawa ndio wako mostly affected. So of course we have CS Duale, tuko naye PCS Mudavadi, tuko na CS Kipchumba Murkomen, kuna Mbadi. Huyu ni Julius Migos Ogamba wa elimu, waziri wa vyama ushirika na vya ushirika Wycliffe Ambetsa, kunaye waziri wa uchukuzi Davis Chirchir, tuko na Joho, kunaye Kabogo, kunaye Wandai pale, Liki Nyanjui, kuna Alfred Mutua. I had actually forgotten Alfred Mutua is in this cabinet. And then there is Mutahi Kagwe.
Alfred has been fairly quiet. Remember there was a time when there were very many issues that touched on his ministry.
Right.
The issue of young people going abroad and studying and so forth. There's a lady who was at that point in time a nominated member of the Senate.
Yes.
Who came and said that even in her constituency there had been issues, and she directly connected the CS to some of those problems.
Okay.
Yes. After that, prior to that, one could hear of the CS saying one or two things. Thereafter, he went silent.
So I don't know what the president is going to do here, man.
I don't think there's a problem.
So we just continue the way we are.
Oh, no. Let's. He has heard, he knows. Let's see what he's going to do. Because what the court has done has given him an opportunity to get rid of some people he has probably wanted to get rid of and didn't know how.
This is what I think he will do. He might minus 2 of them and take them, or even 3. You know, he might surprise us. He might minus, like, say, 2 or 3 and then make them advisors like he has done in the past. You remember there's a time Moses Kuria was in the Ministry of Investments and Trade. Then he was made an advisor before he resigned. I think he will take that option. Aseme wewe kuja kuwa advisor, wewe kuja kuwa advisor, wewe kuja kuwa advisor. And then elevate some PSs maybe, or even just other people from other spaces and make them CSs.
Personally, I will wait and see.
Mimi ninakwambia hivyo ndivyo atafanya. City, take it from me.
I will not take it from you.
Take it from me.
I can wait and see.
Mimi ndio nakushow City.
Bro. Sawa.
Haya. Nimekuambia kadhani ni jokes. But here is what they're saying. Rais William Ruto anakabiliwa na kibarua kigumu cha kisiasa baada ya mahakama kuu kutoa uamuzi kuwa baraza lake la mawaziri halikidhi matakwa ya katiba kwa sababu halijatimiza sheria ya uwakilishi wa dhuluthi mbili ya kijinsia. Hapo ndio nitatia before ni jume ulimi. Masharti ya wazazi wa utumishi wataja hatua za usalama wanazotaka zitekelezwe kuzuia janga la moto tena. Habari hiyo iko katika ukurasa wa 3. Jana nilimsikiza hakimu ambaye alikuwa anashughulikia kesi hiyo, na in very many words she was telling both the parents of the suspects and the parents of survivors and the parents at large of the school and the public basically that guys will have to be patient. He said this particular because there's a report that needs to be compiled. The students will have to be interviewed, both the victims and of course the suspects. Na alisema by the time that report is compiled now from yesterday, it will take 2 months. So alisema going forward, msimuharakishe, mtu asiharas the court, mtu asiharas prosecution, mtu asiharas mtu yote as far as this case is concerned. And she said, and she told them to expect the wheels of justice in this particular case to move very, very slow, because it is sensitive. There's a lot at stake here, and it is setting a lot of precedent. So aliwaambia please, at the very least, just let us do our work. UDA na ODM zapambania ubape pwani kati ya maeneo yanayong'ang'aniwa vikali, huku miungano ya kisiasa ikibadilika kuelekea 2027 mwaka wa 2027. Maandamano ya Sabasaba yazua joto Tanzania. What do you mean? Serikali yaonya wanaoratibu maasi kuwa hapana. Serikali yaonya wanaoratibu maasi kuwa watachukuliwa hatua kwa uchochezi. Hiyo iko katika ukurasa wa 8. TZ wamesema hivyo.
Wamesema?
Wamesema please sisi tuwakamata bana, mtashikwa. Haya, alafu Murango Babu ndio wachapakazi. Utafiti wa Infotrack waonyesha wawili hao walitumia fedha vizuri. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 3. Alafu kule ukurasa wa 20 wanasema Ivory Coast nje, Ufaransa kifua mbele. Ufaransa, Norway, Mexico zimetinga awamu ya 16 bora kombe la dunia. Hiyo utaipata katika Taifa Leo. That was difficult. People Daily says how youth vote could sink big names big names in 2027. Apathy, notably evident among the 18 to 35 demographic, could be a thing of the past in next year's polls and beyond, since both Gen Z and millennials would wish to correct wrongs of the political elite. That one, you will find it on page 8. Toothless referee, why policy gaps leave IEBC powerless against political goons. That one, you'll find it on page 5. How crooks are finding it easy to grab public land. That one is on page 7 of the People Daily. Last but not least, Standard says, be the judge. What do they mean by that? A day after Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo claimed there were no abductions, the Standard has documented present and past survivors who recounted being held incommunicado, tortured and left for dead by state operatives. Ironically, a government reparations document appears to contradict the PS, listing victims of abduction among those eligible for compensation, with 35 still missing. Some of those once abducted now serve as government bloggers and public servants. Noigwa. So nakumbuka history tulisema itakuja tu kuuma mtu mahali.
You know something? If indeed there are abductions and the police service are not to blame,
yes,
then we have a really big problem. Because we are saying that there are people who somehow have gotten a license to abduct people as they see fit.
Yep.
See, when the writer talks about government operatives,
yes,
they're not being specific. They're not telling you it is a police service. What they're telling you is that these are people who work at the behest of the government.
Yeah, because we really, if we've got to say, if we say it's the government, then perhaps we need to specify which arm of the government.
What? You see, for me, this discussion, raises very many eyebrows. Okay. Are there people in this country who have been given license to be independent contractors on behalf of the government, and yet they are not serving men and women in the police service or in the disciplined forces?
You mean mercenaries?
I mean contractors.
Okay.
Security. Or are we saying that they are independent contractors who simply provide the services for themselves and then go and say, we've provided this service for you, and now
also they're not being commanded by the government.
No,
they're not being commanded by the opposition.
No.
Their work is just to wewe umeongea vibaya juu ya serikali,
yes,
na tunakukujia.
hiyo ni biashara wameamua. Yes, and they also know that if it's a Subaru, it will be assumed it is the government. Now we've moved beyond the Subaru to vehicles that have no number plate.
Yes,
the balaclavas is a constant. Okay, them toting guns is a constant. So what are we saying? We are saying that there are people in this country who are not in the police service or in the disciplined forces, but have taken it upon themselves to go around abducting people. At whose behest? Abducting people to show loyalty. In short, what is going on? Because again, we are trying to explain a situation and we are hearing contradictory information about the same situation. So you're asking, all right, so if what we're hearing is what it is, so how are we supposed to understand all this?
Yeah. I get your, I get your questions. Because at the end of the day, someone needs to give us answers, and you know who that person is. Imagine tu ni PS hakuna mtu mwingine atatupatia hizo maswali. Majibu, sorry. In
1975, there's a gentleman called JM Karaoke. JM Karaoke was lost. We could not find JM Karaoke.
Yes.
Then Vice President came and told the country that actually JM Karaoke is in Zambia.
Okay.
So he's in Zambia. He was known to be a man who had some business interests in Zambia. So the country said, okay. So to the shock and horror of the country, his body was then found in Ngong Forest.
I remember that story, yes.
Partly eaten by wild animals. So one then had to ask themselves a question. So Zambia to Ngong Forest?
Yes.
Or did he leave Ngong Forest and then go to Zambia? I mean...
Did he teleport?
What is this thing that we are supposed to try and understand and explain? Okay.
His own was found by a child who was...
He was found by a herd's boy.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. He was. Which tells you that the understanding was, if we dump this body here, the wild animals will eat the body, and they may not be able to recognize that particular body.
Yeah.
Yet, there is also a narrative with regards to senior individuals or people who are known or people who are in politics being killed. The narrative is that it isn't that it was purposed to have him killed. Remember when you said the gun was discharged?
Yes.
Somebody shot him or he was injured and they realized with those injuries you couldn't take him to a hospital because questions would be asked.
Yes.
So it was decided that it is better to just shoot him, and then dump him. Now, since it isn't explained, and there was a commission of inquiry, led by somebody called Mwangale. Mwangale had been Minister of Agriculture. He was an MP who came from Bungoma, what is now known as Bungoma County. Okay, so when you look at our history of how some of these matters have been handled, a lot of the times, if it's high stakes assassination, names were mentioned. So and so, there's a guy called Njenga who was said to have shot Mboya. There was somebody else's name who was shot with the Pio Kapapinto. We have a history of incidences that happen and they're never fully explained. It's explained, somebody's taken to court, then it hangs. Another one comes in, questions are asked, then it hangs. A commission of inquiry is set in motion, they even start, then it is dissolved. So, again, there are very many issues that have been left hanging. Now, what that means is that is the precedence that we have set. So, when we then have a situation like the one we currently have, you're talking about this young man, what's his name, Cedric? Okay.
Cecil Ouma.
Cecil.
Yes.
The gentleman who was shot. There are more questions than there are answers. What was he being shot for?
No, but at least it's clear he mobilized youth. 60 folks from God knows
and
where.
It was not the first time he had mobilized
he mobilizes
and
every
plus
other day.
He is a student.
Yes, he's a student.
So chances are he mobilized fellow students.
Aliambia wasi maybe wa darasa yake ni aje.
Kuna
event
there's a situation. Exactly, there's an event.
Kuna mhesha na kuja place fulani, mtabewa ka lunch, simkuje.
Yes.
Mumsikize, mumpige makofi. After that, si tumuone kando.
Yes. Now you see, we are adding another chapter to some of these issues that we've had. And this particular chapter follows in with the young men who were killed, 60 plus. Some were shot, some were disappeared, and the stories is galore. Now the problem again, people will fill in the blanks, and you will hear bizarre explanations without necessarily any evidence to support it, but people will believe it. So now the believability factor kicks in.
Over to you.
Sawa. Let me look at the Star newspaper.
Yes.
Sita. Governor hopefuls register strong show in MP ranking. This is a story that is in the headline of the Star. And who are the people who are being considered to be governor hopefuls? In the picture, there's Babu Owino, there's Didmas Baraza.
Yes,
there's a gentleman called
David Ochieng.
Yes, you're quite right. There's a guy called Mark Nyamita from Migori. There's a gentleman called Mohammed Ali, otherwise known as Jichupevu. There's a gentleman here whose name I cannot quite read.
Omboko Milemba from Emuhaya.
Aim Higher.
Yes. Aim Higher. I remember that one.
Yes. Then there's a guy called Makali Mulu.
Kitri Centro.
Yes. Then there's Tim Wanyonyi.
West Lands.
Yes. Then there's George Gakuya.
Bakasi North.
Yes, exactly. And the beat goes on. And then you have who's the other gentleman?
Kamau Murango of Kirinyaga.
Okay. Hawa ni ma-MP ambao wanataka wasimame. Ama wameona kwamba wametosha gari.
Tim Wanyonyi wants which governorship?
I don't know.
Nairobi?
I don't know.
There's a time he wanted Nairobi.
Yes.
Then he changed, I think
he
wanted...
change. He was told to step down.
Was it Bungoma Manika Kakamega? I think Bungoma.
Yes.
Or he was told to step down?
Yes, he was told to step down.
Okay.
It was negotiated.
I know James Gakuya, I've seen his, not posters, what are they called? Billboards all over Nairobi. He wants to be...
The governorship of this town,
right,
at some level has to be negotiated.
Yes, I remember us having that conversation here.
Yes.
But now, Mark Nyamita, huyu anataka kuwa wapi? Homa Bay? Migori.
Anataka kutoa Ochilo yako. Yes.
Titimas Barasa, PhD Olta, anataka kuwa wapi?
Sini Bungoma.
Pungoma.
I think so. Either that or Trans Nzoia.
Yes. Mohammed Ali wants to be governor of Mombasa.
Yes.
He does.
Brother, mwanaume ni effort. I mean, surely.
No, not I doubt that he can do it. I actually think he can. He has the might and he has the numbers as well.
No.
Akona numbers, ituno sikatai. Mimi nakushow.
No, he doesn't.
Kakablaza akona numbers.
He doesn't.
Nikuhesabie?
He doesn't.
Sawa.
He doesn't.
Sawa basi.
Being an MP and having been known and being vocal, you have visibility.
Okay.
You don't have the numbers.
All right.
Yes. Numbers means this. You want to talk about the demographics of Mombasa County.
Right.
All right.
Men, women, young people, old people.
Yes. Then
the tribes.
Then communities.
There is a Wakamba, Wakikuyu, Wajaluo.
Waswahili.
What else?
Mijikenda. Exactly. So you ask, okay, where is his support base? Okay. And you do the maths. How many 10%, how many 12%, how many 15%? How is it? So before you do that arithmetic, you cannot talk about the numbers.
Right.
You can just talk about he has high visibility.
Niko na idea basi. Si tumuite hapa tumuulize.
Yes, we can do that.
Hizi namba zake.
Yes.
Ziko wapi?
Yes.
Tunajua Makao Mudu huyu anataka kuwa Kitui County Governor. Mwenye sijui ndio nimemsikia leo Omboko Milemba wa Emuhaya. County gani hii?
County that is
Vihiga, eh? Okay. Wish them all the best.
You know, the thing about vying is the person showing an interest. But also behind the scenes, individuals who have come to him and told him, Mzeni, wait, it is you.
Yeah.
In fact, you. If you don't stand, in fact, move from this particular place and go somewhere else.
You're being forced.
Yes, you have to stand. We can't keep suffering under this person. And yet you are here. Who can provide the leadership the county needs.
That's what's possible, man. That's huyu jamani ndio mnatuachia.
And you want no. If you don't want to stand, then leave the county, go and live somewhere else. And there are many places you can live.
Lakini nataka kuendelea kuwa MP hapana. Huwezi kuwa MP, wewe ni governor wewe. Endelea.
Right. So tuache hiyo hapo. See that there are three people who currently are said to vie for that governorship of Mombasa. Dichopevu,
Yes.
Omar Hassan, the Secretary General of UDA, and the current incumbent, Abdul Swamad.
About nini. Sasa unataka kuniambia Omar Hassan anataka hicho kiti pia?
Yes.
Na ODM iko kwa broad-based government.
Omar Hassan is in UDA.
Ndio nasema si yeye ndio SG wa UDA.
Yes, he is.
Na sasa si Abdul Swamad ako ODM.
Yes.
Na yeye ni deputy party leader wa ODM.
Yes.
Sasa unataka kuniambia wakiwa kwa broad based government. Nakumbuka they said something to do with zoning. You think they will allow that one to fly?
Let me explain something to you about the voting pattern in Mombasa.
Yes.
Don't be fooled that people who ended up being governors in Mombasa had some fantastic pull with the crowd.
Yes.
Abdul Swamad was a wonderful MP.
All right.
He was loved.
Okay.
And he delivered for his people.
Yes.
The governorship is a completely different kettle of fish.
And I agree.
The ODM strength in Mombasa County or at the coast was anchored in Raila's popularity at the coast.
Right.
If I put it in Kiswahili,
Naam.
alitambulika kama yule ambaye anatetea wanyonge.
Naam.
Okay?
Okay.
Na wengi wa watu ambao ni wakaaji ama ni wazalendo wa pwani, there was the feeling and understanding that they had been marginalized, and there was only this person who was in a position to speak on their behalf. Sawa. So the people he supported got a show in, whether it was Joho, just count it. The fundamental difference was in Kwale County, where you actually found that the person whom they selected as their governor had been in ODM.
Okay.
Yes. Then there were many things were said to have happened. So he decided he would leave ODM and vie. And the people of Kwale said, it's called Mvuria.
Yeah.
But his MCAs were ODM.
Okay.
So I'm simply trying to explain that someone's popularity, you have to look at the demographics, the dynamics of that, and then ask yourself, where is this support base that gives him a majority, if that is the discussion?
And I'm asking, in this ODM UDA arrangement where they are buddies, when it comes to them agreeing who's going to run for the governorship of Mombasa, you think they are going to look at Abdul Samad, who is a deputy party leader, SG of the party? This is already an incumbent, and then they say, sasa wewe itabidi for the sake of us winning this election, you step down.
We will look at, I think when the time comes, we will see what they will do. But remember, the glue that held ODM together, and where what you're discussing could have been easy to understand, was Raila. Right now, this thing is fluid, man.
All right, tutaona tukiona.
So,
umemalizana star bado?
No, bado. Fake Viagra, bogus ARVs swept off shelves in medical purge.
Yeah, I heard the ministry talk about this yesterday and I was heartbroken. We have fake ARVs in the market.
Yes, we do.
Bana. It's bad, man. It's bad.
Mugenda Wainaina summoned over KU's 6.2 billion audit queries.
That is former VC and former VC.
Yes.
Both of them are. But Wainaina is the immediate former.
Yes, immediate former.
And then the former before the former.
The former before the former. That one, you put it extremely well. Lawmakers seek probe into millions sent to unrecognized body.
Atike?
Yes, that's what I am saying. I'm looking at this thing. MPs seek probes into millions sent to unrecognized TVET umbrella body. Yani kuna TVET umbrella body that nobody seems to know about. Okay?
Let
me just read it. MPs want to probe into into how public funds were channeled into the Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions, KATTI, a body they claim is not legally recognized. The funds were subscription fees paid by public technical training institutions. Kenya.
Bana.
Kenya.
Bana.
Ay, God Almighty. God Almighty. Why? Just when you think you've begun to understand this thing, my friend, something happens that actually shakes the living daylights out of your whole worldview. Let's look at the Business Daily.
Let's.
In the middle of the paper, where investors made money in the first half of the year. Okay? That's back in the middle of the paper. Audit reveals hiring scam in Attorney General's office. Okay, Attorney General's office, sema nyinyi mnaajiri watu vile mnataka bila kufuata sheria. That is what they would say in Kiswahili.
Right.
World Bank adds 558 billion to Kenya's debt stock. What on earth are they saying? Let me just read it briefly. The World Bank Group has added 588 billion in securitized revenues and pending bills to Kenya's debt stock, revealing a greater debt burden than that captured in official government data. Whoa, yeah. Yeah. This is an analysis done by the World Bank in 2022. And this is them stating that what they are stating is the actual debt position that Kenya has. It is a lot of money. UK loses grip as top sources of Kenya's diaspora inflows. But no, diaspora inflows, the majority is the US. Yes, okay. UK is among the top, but USA is where the majority of the diaspora inflows actually come from.
Okay.
Sawa.
All right.
Is there anything else I want to look at in the Star? All right. Let me explain this to you. This is what you may find interesting.
Okay.
Growing testosterone business as men pay over 10,000 a week, but doctors warn of risk. What am I saying? There's been a surge in demand for testosterone therapy.
Yes.
Has opened up a lucrative market for clinics and wellness providers that has also raised concerns that some Kenyan men are exposing themselves to potentially serious long-term side effects by taking the treatment for a condition they do not have. How do you know they don't have it?
Kuna msana sema chani kuongeza testosterone.
Yes, and
nataka kuongeza testosterone buda, unajua.
More men are buying testosterone to deal with symptoms of fatigue, weight gain, low libido, and declining fitness. See, you join a gym.
Better yet, we shall call a doctor here one of these fine days and talk about the problems of testosterone, progesterone, and other hormones.
But you know what I think they're not discussing here? When the woman hear low libido, in men,
wanasema hizi ni shida za kiume.
Shida za kiume.
Wewe una testosterone wewe.
And it also means that yes. I can only describe the problem with the word yes. I will not go beyond that one. So yes.
Okay. Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Independent Policing and Oversight Authority says it has launched investigations into reports of abductions, enforced disappearances, unlawful detentions and injuries linked to the June 25th, 2026 demonstrations marking the second anniversary of Gen Z protests. The authority says it deployed monitoring teams across the country during the protest and has started collecting information and complaints from affected members of the public. According to IPOA, police conducted security operations in several areas, including setting up barricades on major roads in parts of Nairobi and Mombasa, where only limited demonstrations were reported. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations has been given 3 more days to detain a woman accused of sharing online information about President William Ruto's flight movements. At the Milimani Law Courts, detectives said they need more time to carry out forensic analysis on electronic devices recovered from the suspect Halima Ngache. Investigators also told the court they are trying to determine whether other people were involved in the alleged cyber harassment.
Mimi mwenyewe sijisikii vizuri. Nairobi is too cold for me. No mwana mgongo, there's an operation, no mwana mwili. Like the account, they're saying that he's tweeting about the president. My account is different, it's Mima. And the account that they're saying that it's me, it's Shola, and it's still tweeting. And they took my gadgets yesterday in the morning. So how comes I'm here, my gadgets are not here, I don't have my gadgets. But actually it's my phone, but the account is still tweeting. Why should they put me in custody for 7 days?
National Assembly Deputy Speaker Gladys Sholei says Parliament should demand a report from the Ministries of Education and Interior on investigations into recent school fires. Sholei says lawmakers need to identify the real causes of the incidents, including understanding why some students may be involved. She also says authorities should separate cases linked to students from those caused by accidents or electrical faults instead of relying on temporary solutions and routine inspections.
So it's just not enough for the education committee to respond on this. I think the education committee, together with the internal security committee, I know should be asking the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Education to appear before the committees to give us first a report on the ongoing investigation, because I think there was a multi-sectoral team that was set up after the fire to Tumishi girls in Gilgil, and so that we can be able to build on that, so that we take one area as a case study.
The Senate Devolution Committee has raised concerns over the failure by the county governments to properly fund municipalities. Senators, during a meeting with Bungoma county officials led by Governor Kenneth Lusaka, questioned why municipalities were being established, yet they were not receiving enough funding, including revenue collected within their own areas. The committee says lack of funding is affecting service delivery and operations in the municipalities.
You know, there's been a bit of dragging of the feet to relinquish some functions to the municipalities, because then maybe the governors would feel they have been left without anything, and the board authority, and I'm being very practical, that is the answer. And now they will have left with nothing to do, and the whole authority will now be with the municipalities.
Local government has always been there. Peri-urban areas are growing, and the nature of peri-urban areas is that they must be in a specialized manner.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. Salamu ziwafikie wale wote wameandika messages hapa, including Louis Rudasingwa, there's Majok, Douglas Kibogong, I think I had mentioned Madegwa, Crocodile, Biwot Boaz, Super Mwamba, Daniel Churu, Alando, Danson Kenywa, Peter Otieno, and then there's Mohamed Murunga as well, na Isansa. City, Isansa hata nisome, amesema Moha will be the governor of Mombasa because he is a resident, according to Isansa, that Isansa is a resident there. Anasema he's banking on the Kamba community vote. That's why he went to Wiper. Many MCAs are from Ukambani, or rather are Kamba, according to Isansa.
Well, yes, the Kamba population in Mombasa County is around 14%.
Okay.
Okay? Mm-hmm. The vast majority, around 35% to 40%, are Mijikenda. Okay? The Swahili, around 10%.
All right.
The Luyas are around 10-12%. That's a broader group.
Right.
The Luos around 10-12%. So you cannot win a gubernatorial seat with 14%. Yeah. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Kidogo lazima ukue na hawa.
Yes, the dynamics of that particular spread has to be understood. Yes, he will get that, and even then he will not get the entirety of the 14%.
All right.
Yes.
Wacha tuone. Like we said, we'll look for Mohaji Chopevu. Akuja tueleze exactly strategy yake ni gani kama ipo. But in studio right now, we want to talk about political leaders and why they should shun divisive rhetoric. With us in studio, we do have the chairman, National Cohesion and Integration Commission, that is NCIC, Bishop Dr. Kefa Nyamweya Omai. Your Grace, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbuvi. Thank you very much, Bwana City Muga, for having me here.
Thank you very much, Your Grace.
Before we talk about what has brought you here, CT will read for you a proverb that he gave us this morning. It's coming from the land of South Africa.
The Republic of South Africa.
South Africa.
Okay. Yes.
And then you will give us your interpretation of said proverb. So,
a disclaimer, Your Grace.
Yes.
There is no right or wrong interpretation. What we want is your interpretation.
Right.
Okay?
Ready for it.
Thank you. No partridge scratches the ground in search of food for another.
You have to fight for yourself. You have to go for it.
You put it very well.
Yeah.
Very simple. Oh yes, very simple.
Mtaka cha mvunguni
Shati
ainame.
Yes.
Ndio akipate.
Yes.
Iko sawa kabisa.
Sini sawa?
Yes.
Yes.
How are things at NCIC? I know you've been there for now. How many? Is it weeks or months?
A month now.
It's a month, yeah?
Yeah.
How are things at NCIC?
Yeah, everything shaping up very well. As you know, when you enter into a new space, you have to first of all scan the environment.
Sure.
Get to understand the institution. Get to understand the terrain. What we call the organizational climate.
Right.
And that's what we've been definitely doing. Taking time to understand who is NCIC, what is the mandate of NCIC, and much more so doing what we call the technical induction.
Right.
So that as commissioners we get to know what is expected of us vis-a-vis what's expected of the secretariat.
True.
So it has been a time of learning. We are still on that curve and looking forward to executing the mandate that has been vested on us as per the NCAC Act.
Yes. I remember we had a conversation here, actually, now that you mentioned the Secretariat. We had a conversation with Dr. Mutegi, the CEO. The CEO, sorry.
Right.
And he said he was excited that now the commission had already been constituted and he couldn't wait for you guys to get into office because he said your in-tray is quite full. Yeah.
Quite full.
Yeah.
Quite full, I can bet.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what are some of the things you're hoping to deal with immediately now that you've been there, you've scanned the environment?
Right.
What are some of the things that you think we need your immediate attention?
As soon as we were sworn in, Mr. Mbuvi,
yes,
we came up with the first 100 days in the office. That's what a prudent leader has to do together with the team. And we began by, first of all, like I've said, scanning the environment, getting to know what has been going on.
Yes.
The work which has already been done. Very exciting to see, really, there's so much the third commissioners or the third commission had done.
Yes.
A lot of research.
Okay.
A lot of writings. We have structures and systems which had been put in place. And as you know, commissioners have a tenure. So when the tenure of the then chairperson and the commissioners came to an end,
yes,
of course, as it were, they had to exit,
right,
and have a new commission coming in. But there was that period of waiting because of the processes that the new commissioners have to go through in terms of applying for the jobs, going through the interview, being nominated,
right,
going to parliament for vetting, etc. So that gap is the one Dr. Giti Mutegi, I'm sure he was talking about. But now that we are there, I can tell you we have picked up, and we are building on the foundations that had already been laid. Remember, we are the fourth commission.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And actually, your predecessor, Dr. Hobia, I had the privilege of having a conversation with him as well.
Right.
And some of the things that arose from our conversations include the whole issue of, first of all, having an intergenerational conversation.
Right.
You know, from the political class.
Precisely.
And just having an understanding of how these people need to conduct themselves going forward.
Right.
Now, I don't know where you want to pick up from there. The work already done, the conversations already had. What is your perception of this intergenerational conversation between the young and the old?
You know, the truth is, we are not going to bury our heads in the sand.
Yes.
We need young people. We need to bring them on board. And one of the things that I can tell you that we desire to do is to bring young people to the table and also involve them in terms of the civic education, community engagements as our peace ambassadors. Already, we have begun engaging. There's a group that's called Chukwala Wasomi, which is headed by, the patron is Professor Nyegoti Chacha.
Okay.
And then there is also USPAC. USPAC is a convergency of all the student leaders from the higher institutions of learning, universities, tertiary colleges.
Yes.
We have had a conversation with some of the vice chancellors. Actually, recently we had a convergency at the Margaret Wangari Maathai's Institute of Environmental Institute. Yeah, that's in Lower Kabete.
All right.
And we had a wonderful interaction where we had all these student leaders coming together. And we had also the vice chancellors from a few universities coming. And we had a conversation on how we can get these young people involved as peace ambassadors. There are trainings which are going on right now as mediators. So we want to have young people, come up as mediators in their institutions of higher learning. The whole idea is this: if we can help these young people trained and sharpened in as far as leadership and governance is concerned at their formative age, when they're students, you will see less of the uprisings, unrests that we have seen before in schools and even Gunsim. And also, it's one way of actually developing the skills that they have. So that's what we are doing. And I can tell you from where I sit, that's where my passion is.
All right.
And I've spoken about it before. If we can get these young people together, so that's one of the thematic areas that we want to narrow down to. Get young people trained, sharpened, and much more so developed in as far as their skills are concerned, especially in the area of leadership and governance.
I like that because it now just brings the conversation out of a studio setting into the real world, because the moment you engage them, then now that is action.
Precisely.
Yeah. It's not all talk anymore now.
No.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the political class is concerned, pia hapo kuna shida. I don't know what you're going to do about it as chairman of the commission.
What do you mean?
In terms of engaging the politicians and just helping, I don't want to say helping us understand, but just helping them see perhaps a different way of doing things. Not all of them, of course, are bad. Not all of them are good. But there has got to be an interaction with them.
Right.
And I feel like that one has never been achieved as much as the commission has existed now. And this is the fourth commission we're having. I feel like there's an issue there.
Yes. One of the engagements that we want to have in as far as the roadmap to the peaceful 2027 elections are concerned is to begin with the political actors.
Okay.
So what we have done is that we are putting actually together a conference that we call the Amani Conference that is going to bring the political leaders together. And when I talk about the political leaders, those who are in office, those who are aspiring, we want to bring them together and have a candid talk, a candid conversation. Kenya is our country. We don't have another country. Number two, if we do not shape up now, we'll shape out. In other words, if we don't act now, it will be too late. So this is what I mean. We want to remind the political actors that we can actually have hygienic politics, all politics which has got hygiene in it, clean politics, constructive politics, not toxic politics, and not destructive politics. Because anything that we say when we are addressing wananchi means a lot. Because you know what? The public, the citizenry of this country look up to us. So how we communicate while in public matters a lot. Number two, we have the freedom of expression as enshrined in the Constitution. It's not a recipe for hostility, but rather we use that to become organized, and we have to be civil. If you look at the budget that I have, it's all about, I was awarded as, by the way, the icon leader of the year by the iChange in the US, because I've been involved through the interfaith in arbitrating, mediating, and also bringing the interfaith leaders together from the evangelical side and working very closely with the interreligious. What we are looking at is what kind of leaders are we going to have in this country? Is it the kind of leaders, like you've said, some of them, that have actually provided fodder for divisive politics in the country? So the question is, what are we going to do? Really, we are going to have candid engagement. And discourse with our leaders, but also read for them the Riot Act, that if you breach the law,
there are consequences.
There are consequences, and you've got to own up. So in this conference, we will come out very clearly what is expected of us as leaders, and at the end of the conference, we'll sign what we call the Amani Charter, where every politician will sign that this is what I'll subscribe to as I begin to campaign. You know, as we move towards elections. So that in case somebody breaches,
you remind them.
We have the NCC Act, but also they signed for peaceful elections. Are you saying that?
I'm saying
so. We have that, arranged and scheduled, and several other activities where we want to have times with them, both the, the leaders who are in government and those who are in the opposition. So we have a program that has already been set up.
And I hope they'll listen.
Well, they can be made to listen. You see, if people accept that they will attend a forum that is purposed to open up dialogue and conversations, that is the first step. Remember, the political culture that we have was born over a period of time. It's not as though today Kenya had a certain culture, the following day they had a different one. No, it has morphed over time. And the culture that we speak of is morphed by people. Individuals who have been elected and who are in positions of authority have helped it morph in that direction. Your Grace, one of the things that has been pointed out over and over again with regards to the NCIC and its work is the funding that it receives. There have been discussions that the funding always falls short of what it is that the NCIC needs to do in order to fulfill its mandate.
Precisely. You're right, Wanasiti. It's interesting when you look at the mandate of NCAC. This is the commission that is mandated to promote national unity. That's number one. Promote peaceful coexistence. Bring the country together, among other things, not only during elections, even before and after elections. Because we are unique as a country. Unique in the sense that we have all these 43 communities in one nation. And each community is unique in its own way. Bringing all these communities together is an uphill task because of the cultures, subcultures, etc. The way we do things, we are unique in our own ways as a community. Now, if we cannot then have what we call peaceful campaigns, cohesion programs, what we call social cohesion programs, ride on the structures that exist. We have right from the village machinery, village elders, all the way. If we cannot engage them continuously on the importance of upholding brotherhood, and much more so, see each other as brothers and sisters, You have heard of tribal clashes that have taken place in this country.
Yes.
What are the causes of tribal clashes? If we can address that from the Cohesion and Integration Commission and have continuous engagement, then we lose it. Now, that calls for funding. That calls for proper resourcing.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, among other things. We have these young people, like we've said, they are drawn from different communities.
Yes.
All right? How do we shape their thinking in terms of when you see a brother or when you see somebody from a certain community, see her, see him as your brother, as your sister. That calls for continuous civic education, among other programs. Now, that's where the funding is required. We don't have to wait until elections time. We must have continuous funding. So, when a city like you have asked, the truth is we are underfunded as a commission. Underfunded. We ask for this budget, but it's reduced to an you cannot imagine. And then, I know government sometimes has a challenge in terms of the budget estimates and when it comes to the actual allocations, because every commission, government, ministries, institutions are also fighting for the same cake. They're fighting for the same resources. But I think from where I'm sitting right now, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission is one of those institutions that must be well funded, because if you don't have peace in the country, you can't deliver. If there's no peace in the country, you cannot even govern.
Very true.
Are you saying that? So what is this that we must do to making sure there is peaceful cohesion in the country, the environment is conducive enough, even as we talk about elections in 2027. Honestly speaking, we must safeguard the space for peaceful elections, and that goes for a conducive environment. That means, as a commission, we must be out there in the field. We need vehicles, we need materials, we need to engage with who, elders, young people, women groups, etc. And for you to do all those activities and call them effectively, you need funding. Now, that's where the whole thing is. We are not talking about salaries.
Yes.
The Exchequer takes care of the salaries
of
the staff. But when it comes to programs,
operations,
peace building programs, operations out there is where the whole thing is. And that's where you're coming from, Buena City, that we need to be well resourced for us to be able to deliver. But when you cut down the budget, then we are left, we are helpless, so to say, in terms of delivering on our mandate. And then NCIC end up being blamed.
Yes, it is blame, and blame shifting is a growth industry in this country. We pride ourselves in how we know how to find fault with others. We do a very good job of it.
Right.
Is NCIC represented in every county in the country?
That's one of the things that we want to do. We have a few regions where we have the presence. For example, in Isiolo, we have an office there. We have an office in Kisumu, especially where we have issues, where we had issues before. Hotspot areas. But now, this is what we are doing, and we have had a conversation, especially with the Ministry of Public Service and Human Capital, Dr. Jane Mbuya, who is actually the PS, and the leadership, that if we can ride on the Huduma centers, because we have Huduma centers in almost every county.
Yes, we do.
We would want to have a desk for NCAC. That's number one. Through the regional commissioners' offices, we also want to have what we call the situational room. In those places. But for us to set up all that, again, it brings us back to what we are saying.
The resources.
There has to be funding for the same.
But let me ask you, Bishop, when you say have a desk in every Huduma center, what will be how will the public benefit from that desk? Is that, what kind of interaction will they have?
It's very good, especially if there is any complaint. Or if there is any concern. For example, if there is any leader who has issued the public rhetorics which are inciting the public,
yes,
all right, or any hate speech of any kind, they will the public.
Okay.
Because we want collaboration.
Yes.
With the citizenry of this country in as far as peacekeeping is concerned.
All right.
So that will be the first reporting desk where they can actually come and say, I was in this meeting, this was said by so and so. Can you carry out investigation?
Okay.
Because not in every place where you'll have cameras. Okay, thank God for young people. At least
yes.
they're able to use their gadgets, take some snapshots and send to us. But we also want credible information from the ground. So the Huduma centers will be like our, can I call it our first line areas of communication, and then our officers now will do a report, send it to our investigation department.
Yes.
The investigation department does the investigation until we have all the facts right before we rein in.
All right.
Right.
In terms of collaborations, because so far I know NCIC has collaborated with other international partners such as UNDP, COICA.
Yeah.
Is that something that is going to continue?
It's ongoing. We've been having engagements with, yesterday we were with the European Union at Dan Hill. We had a conversation and they're willing to fund our programs, but not in totality. They can only fund a certain program, for example, civic education. But you see, we have 20 functions as a commission.
Okay.
All those 20 functions requires funding.
Okay.
As per the mandate of the commission. So we have the European Union, we have the UNDP, we have COICA, like you mentioned.
Yes.
We have some of the agencies that are willing to collaborate with us. It is interesting, Wanambufi,
Yes.
as we came to office, I've been receiving courtesy calls from a number of agencies that would wish to partner with NCIC. And you see, any collaboration has got its own, it has got its own requirements. Yeah, you don't get free money.
For sure. There's no free lunch.
There's no free lunch, as they say. So there are conditions. And sometimes some of the conditions are not favorable to us. So we have to filter. We have to filter. So it's like, okay, we are going to give you this percentage, but we also want this. Is that in line with our mandate? And is it conducive for us? So we look at every collaboration very keenly.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, there are others we eliminate.
Okay.
We don't bring
But at least
everybody on board.
There's room for negotiation.
There's room for negotiation.
We can't do this.
Yes.
But we're able to do this.
Precisely. Precisely.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is work that the NCIC has done over time in the areas we refer to as hotspots.
Yes.
I know that whatever has been done has been documented.
Right.
How does NCIC make it possible for their reports and the documentation that they've had? How do they make it easily accessible to the public?
One of the things that we are doing, because it was not there, is to publish some of those materials on our website. Our ICT and communication department is going to be vibrant, and we want to make sure that if you needed, for example, to know about what we are about to launch, it's called the Roadmap to Peaceful Elections 2027. It's a whole publication, and it's going to be on the website. It's going to be available. There will be hard copies, like during the conferences. We'll, of course, share those materials with whoever comes to the conferences, but also soft copies that can easily be downloaded from the website and from some of the links that will be provided. So it's true. But also, it brings me back again to produce all those documents. It requires funding. Everything, every program. You know, it's interesting if you can. I would want to take you through, because, you know, this is part of civic education for me and giving me these opportunities. Just quickly, in a few minutes.
Yes.
What is this that actually NCIC focuses on? Our mandate.
Okay.
Number one, eliminate discrimination. I want to run you through. Eliminate discrimination. How? We have a program. Number two, discourage discriminatory advocacy. We have a program on that. And we have departments which have been charged with that responsibility. Promote tolerance and inclusion, including institutions where we do yearly audits. Yes, of who works in those institutions. It is NCIC that does the audit. Because of what? Inclusivity. Because of what? Discrimination. For example, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
We have gone to some of the universities and audit has been done. And it has been found some of those institutions have employed more staff from one community at the expense of the other communities.
Okay.
Are you seeing that?
Yes.
It is NCIC's mandate to do and carry out the audit and issue advisories.
Yes.
Now that's something that the public do not know. What they know is hate speech.
Wow.
And discrimination. That's why I'm reading this. Number 2, education and training programs. Yeah, to plan, supervise, coordinate, and promote programs that build public awareness and support peace and harmony among ethnic and racial groups. People don't know anything about that. Then there is respect for diversity. We are a unique nation with all these languages and dialects. We have to promote respect for religious, cultural, linguistic, and other forms of diversity in a plural society. No discrimination. So that's the work of NCAC.
Bishop, does that
equal
include
access to services?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but does that on the issue of discrimination, does that include also people not just from different tribes but from different nations?
That's it.
That live in this country.
Precisely.
Okay.
Precisely. We have to create an enabling environment for people from other communities, other nations, to be able to serve in this nation, because we are a hospitable nation. The environment, the terrain has to be conducive for other nationals. Then we have dispute resolution mechanisms, okay? Promoting arbitration, conciliation. By the way, that's one of the things that we are focusing on. That apart from, reining in some of the politicians, for example, or some communities which have had tribal clashes. What can we do to bring those communities together? Apart from going to address them in public rallies, why can't we call them together, have an activity like sports or something, or a cultural festival, and in the process bring in mediators, conciliators, who can actually bring together those communities?
Yes.
For you to do that, again, you need what?
Resources.
Let the truth be said.
Yes.
And thank you, Arji, for having me here this morning. Then we have investigate complaints. That's why I talked about the Huduma centers and some of the situation rooms where reports can be brought. Then identify barriers to harmony. What is this that can actually inhibit harmonious ethnic relations? We have to do a lot of identifying those areas. Then there is monitor legislations, right? Are these legislations meant for the common good of the public, or they are meant for a few individuals, which at the end of the day will bring in division
and discrimination?
What I'm trying to say here, out of these 20 functions, people think NCAC is a reactive commission. We are not a reactive commission. We are a preventive commission. We don't have to wait until temperatures rise. We don't have to wait until there are tribal clashes. We don't have to wait until 2027. We must prepare the ground right now for peaceful, for example, elections and peaceful coexistence. So I'm trying to summarize that NCC has such a huge mandate, and that's why I'll go back to what City actually asked. Are we well funded?
Okay.
If you go through all these 20 functions, you can see we are actually there as a commission to making sure the country lives cohesively, peacefully, etc. So that we are able to carry out our daily businesses. You wake up from your house, come to the office knowing nobody's going to waylay you on the road. So when you begin to see some of these happenings, they begin to worry us. Who is going to do it? There has to be collaboration. So NCC comes in to bring all the actors together.
Your Grace, let me ask a different question. What is the relationship that NCIC has curated over time with the media?
Right.
And what is the relationship they hope to have going forward? not just because we are nearing an election,
yes,
but something that has a growth trajectory to it.
You know what? I'm so grateful for the media, for the state, because like now what we are doing, you are helping us to disseminate information, educate the public on what NCAC does and what's expected of the citizenry of this country. You cannot disseminate information in the absence of the media. So to us, we see the media as one of the major partners in bringing the country together. Now, this is one of the aspirations that I have, and if you asked me, we have actually prepared for a breakfast meeting that we shall have with the media fraternity, for the state, because we feel that the media will play a very major role. I do not know how it was before, but I can talk about now. Maybe you have, engaged with other commissions before, but let me talk about the current commission. One of the focus areas that we have is to work very closely with the media. Why? Because the media is a very important conduit and channel of dissemination of information. We can't do without the state. So we want to develop a very cordial working relationship with the media. And whatever we can do, would want. That's why when you invited me,
yes,
I canceled other programs to come so that we can have this conversation, because this is the only way, among other ways, we are going to disseminate information to the citizenry of this country, our people, in terms of civic education and engagement.
If you observe, one of the dominant communities in this country when it comes to narrative shaping are politicians.
Yeah.
And the media plays an extremely important role in giving them that prominence.
Right.
Whether it is positive or whether it's negative. And that same community are usually the direct and effective challengers to any narrative that NCIC may have. So when I ask the question about your relationships cannot be relationships if they don't have continuity.
Precisely.
And if they don't have a plan and a purpose,
yes,
they do not have it. The political class understand the role of the media, and they have learned to manipulate it and to use it to their end. They've understood it perfectly.
Right.
I'm asking the question again, going forward, and why you find me insisting, Your Grace, is this. If NCIC cannot have a narrative that is dominant enough to shape people's minds with regards to not just their role, the influence it has on people's lives, and what the consequences are likely to be if that mandate isn't fulfilled, and what it is that we expect to see. If it isn't dominant, then the other narratives that are pushed by the political class will hold sway, and it will negate anything else that NCIC may then seek to put across.
Absolutely, you're right. You're right, and that's what we are saying. That's what we are saying. But we are saying, can we have a candid talk with the state, with the media, so that you can help us? Because we'll give you the opportunity to actually talk to this and even recommend what you think we need to do so that the mantra and the clarion call of NCIC can be heard loud and clear. We have the mantra, and that is one nation, one people, one shared destiny. We are going to unpack this in all our conversations and our talks.
Right.
So, so that until, like you said, that becomes a narrative of NCIC, that, you know what, we are a unique country. We are one people. Wherever we go, we must talk about it over and over again. And also use that narrative of cohesiveness and integration, which is summarized in a mantra form: one nation, one people, with a shared destiny. The chairperson here and the other commissioners will unpack it. That, once that enters into the minds of our people, and then remind them of why we must be one people, why we must be one nation, why we must be, or why we must have a shared destiny. That must keep on ringing, of course, in our public engagements,
Yes.
and in our discourses. We'll unpack that and explain very clearly. When you see Mr. Mbuvi,
Yes.
who comes from a different community, see him as your brother.
Yeah.
Because your children will be intermarried, or they will intermarry, or
With
they'll
another
cross over
community.
there will be cross pollination.
Very true.
Like, I'll give an example. In my house,
Yes.
Buena City,
Yes.
my children
Yes.
have actually married from other communities. So when you hear these young people talk of their tribalists, we need to understand what they are saying.
Yes.
They don't know anything called tribe.
Yes.
All that they know is that is a Kenyan. That lady is a Kenyan,
Yes.
irrespective of where they were born, where they come from. So NCAC comes in now to firm up that and say, we cannot be divided by politicians. Because politicians have got their own personal interests. The reason why they come up with the narratives that they come up with is to win the electorate, and they're looking at their votes. All that they're looking for is, how can I get
Yes.
Mr. City, Mr. Mbuvi's vote, Bishop Omai's vote?
Yes.
So they'll come up with propaganda, they'll come up with misinformation and disinformation, and they have a way of putting it across. And that's when we have to come in now as NCAC,
Yes.
working with the stakeholders like the interfaith communities, and help our people to understand, listen, yes, you listen to the political actor, listen to what they are saying, but use your own convictions
All right.
and your own intuition, and make an informed decision in as far as casting your vote is concerned. But you see, because we are not a political party, we are neutral as a commission, and the constitution is very clear that every political actor should go out there and sell himself, what we call the freedom of expression. But you see, that freedom of expression, for example, has got a limit. Where your freedom of expression ends, somebody's right begins from there.
True.
And if you go past that, then you breach the law, and the law will have its own course. So we have to educate our people very well. And the only way we can do so is to go out to the public, come to the media station like where we are now,
Yes.
and shape the mind of our people.
All right.
But one thing I can tell you, politicians sell themselves, and they know how to sell themselves or sell their candidature.
And this-
But I think
Yes.
our part as the cohesion commission and the media is to help our people to make informed decisions.
In terms of politicians and them making all these remarks that sometimes border on going opposite to what cohesion is all about and integration, are you watching closely for example, the upcoming by-election of Olkalau? Because in the previous by-elections from last year up until the ones we've had this year, many of them have been marred by violence, and it is something that we thought we would leave in the past after 2007. So are you keeping an eye on the current by-election, and of course mapping out hotspots in the coming election, the coming general election?
Yeah, we are keeping an eye, and I think if you have been listening,
Yes.
you have even had some of those political actors mention some of the steps that we have taken.
Okay.
You may have heard where they even mentioned that NCAC, has had to get, to reach us, and
Yes.
we were supposed to have a meeting. But don't forget, NCAC works with the multi-sectoral agencies.
All right.
We work very closely with the DCI. We work very closely with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. We work very closely with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution.
All right.
We work very closely with IEBC. Are you seeing that?
I'm seeing.
So we have a convergency.
What about NIS?
Yeah, yes, they're also there.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I said DCI.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to get into, but you see, those are investigative agencies.
Yes, they are.
Like
Okay.
I said, other actors.
Yes.
So what happens is this: we get those TikTok clips, but we normally work very closely with the Communication Authority of Kenya.
All right.
Now, this is part of information. We work with CAK because CAK have the mandate of sharing with us the content. Not a TikTok, not a 1 minute clip, but the whole content.
All right.
So anything that the media
Puts out there.
puts out there,
Mko nayo.
tuko nayo.
All right.
So it's the work of the CAK. We write to the CAK. They give us the information. They even do the interpretation, even if the political actor spoke in a vernacular. Yeah,
You get the subtitle.
we have interpreters
Okay.
and translators. So they do that analysis for us. They bring to us, and our investigation team that comprises of the DCI, because we have them,
Okay.
and other experts analyze the content, and they tell us this one is within the freedom of expression, or this one has breached the law.
Yes.
Because there is a threshold according to the NCAC Act. Yeah, there is a threshold about the freedom of expression
And hate speech.
and hate speech.
Okay.
So the advisors, we get the advisory. So that when you now submit the file to the office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution, it must have facts. In other words, our investigation and the recommendation must be evidence-based, not emotions-based, but evidence-based.
All right.
Because you see, if we are to arraign somebody in court, for example, through the office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the case must be watertight. Otherwise, it will be thrown out. And that can be an embarrassment to NCAC. So we make sure we work with other actors, NIS, DCI, we work with the CAK, we work with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. So NCAC does not work in isolation. And by the way, it's for that reason that cases normally take long. And I think that's why Kenyans now get tired, because they want to see somebody arrested,
Yes.
and put in, in court,
And they say
or
NCIC
jail.
is not doing anything.
They say we are toothless. We are not. Here we are talking about processes.
Okay.
NCIC investigates, get the evidence, recommend to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, but with evidence and facts.
Okay.
All right? By the time that is done, it can even take a month. And that's why people get fatigued. They get discouraged that NCAC is a toothless bulldog, whatever they call us.
Yes.
But the truth of the matter is, we don't act emotionally.
All right.
Our investigation must provide us with facts and evidence.
I know in the past, NCIC has wanted to have prosecutorial powers. What would that mean if at all that were given? Would it mean that the moment you realize Mbuvi has done this particular mistake,
Yes,
you directly take him to the courts without necessarily having to wait for the ODPP to give the green light?
the law is very clear. You cannot take someone to court before summoning him.
All right.
You have to summon the person, achieleze, he has to explain, he has to answer, then you write a report, but also CAK has to provide us with, like I've said, the whole content.
Yes.
If it was a mother tongue kind of rhetoric, there has to be a translation. You see, it's a process. And then, if NCAC is given the prosecutorial powers, we will arrest and arraign that person in court through the magistrate courts.
Okay.
And the law is very clear on that, the NCAC Act.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
but the point is, you cannot take somebody to court
without summoning them
without
first.
evidence and without facts.
Now, you have got to get that clip from CAK.
Yes.
What if I, Paul Mungala Mbuvi, I'm the one who recorded that clip? I
Yeah.
can't just send it to you directly and then you use it directly from
That's
Paul.
the first line content.
Yes.
It's, in fact, we use what you sent to us
Right.
to now get to the CAK.
All
So
right.
what Kenyans are doing is okay. I mean, when they say that those TikToks, clips, they help us, because then apart from somebody writing or calling us, send us that clip, we will push it to CAK. And there's a way we work with CAK.
Okay.
Yeah. So politicians will not have their day. With the current commission, they will not have their day. The law is very clear. We have put the machineries in place, and we will see, Kenyans will see action. Yeah, but let them be patient. Let our people be patient to allow us to go through the processes so that by the time somebody is taken to court, we have evidence and facts.
Do you know where the impatience comes in? If you look at, say, for instance, the last election, one of the things that the NCIC did, together with the EACC, they provided IEBC with a list of individuals who had presented themselves as candidates for certain seats.
Right.
And they provided a list and said, this infringement, this infringement, this. It was clear in accordance with the law.
Yeah.
The IEBC ignored, this is our interpretation as citizens, whatever they were told, because individuals who, if were to go by our laws, should not have been allowed to vie for any seat, were now vying. Now, why the impatience comes in?
Yes.
Yet, the institution that you are the chairman of is one that anchors its very existence on integrity.
Right.
And people believing that you are the forerunners for integrity.
Right.
Now, this has nothing to do with what you did, but the outcome negates everything else that you did. Now, in your discussions with bodies like IEBC, okay, something of that sort.
Yes.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has had their say, NCIC has had their and yet we read, we see, we observe. So when the institution referred to as toothless, we expect certain things to happen. They don't.
Yeah.
Now, how do we limit this? Because the good intentions are dimmed with every action that the public sees runs contrary to the laws of this country as we understand it. Yes.
Yeah.
How do you bridge this gap? How do you ensure that the recommendations that NCIC makes are actually taken seriously? Because you don't make those recommendations carelessly.
One of the things, it's like you've been in our forums, our discussions. We are coming up with what we call the Uyano Convergency. It's a platform that brings together the IBC, NCIC, or RPP, or DPP, EACC, all these actors together. We are moving towards agreeing that before a political actor or candidate is cleared by IEBC, all of us must append our signatures. In other words, we will agree on a form for clearance, like a clearance form.
Yes.
So NCC will have a place where we will object or approve and say this candidate
has been
proceed,
approved.
been approved. So if NCC does that, or RPP, actually it will begin with the ORPP.
Yes.
NCAC. Are you saying that? And then the other actors, and IEBC
is the last one.
Is the last one.
Yeah.
And they'll make their decision based on our responses or what we have signed or what we have stated.
Yes.
Coming to the question. This is where our processes somehow may have been a bit complex, because NCAC will provide that list of shame. For example, say through our investigations and the recommendations, this particular candidate does not fit for the position that is applying for or is contesting for. So we provide an advisory, that's the word. We push it to the next office. So sometimes it becomes again embarrassing, disappointing, all right, when a certain office ignores the advisory of the other offices, right? Unfortunately, that has not been done. You'll find it's an institution that makes a unilateral, independent decision. But through the Uyano platform, we want to agree. Actually, that is one of the discussions that we are having, so that when
one of
Minister Mbuvi,
yes,
you resign from RG,
yes,
to go and contest, if you were inciting, yeah,
nisahau hiyo kitu,
polarizing the country along ethnic lines,
nisahau,
usahau, utapita. But this will call for what? Collaboration with all these actors, like Mr. City has put it.
Yeah, because it would be amazing if NCIC says I am not fit for office.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the other 7 officers say.
Right.
If I'm not fit, I am not fit.
Yeah.
You see where the problem arises is the trust deficit that is then created.
Yeah.
And it doesn't do an entity like NCIC any good to have a trust deficit.
Precisely.
It actually negates everything else that
Precisely.
you're going to do.
Precisely.
If, on the other hand, people believe that when the NCIC has spoken, it is something that will be taken seriously and we'll see results, then the believability quotient rises.
Yeah.
And that is important.
And the reports are there.
Yes.
When the reports are there, clearly, and even from CAK,
yes,
I mean, we have all the findings. Yeah. I think we have to agree that this kind of a candidate does not qualify, because then it breaches the integrity threshold.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'll tell us, and by the way, I want to be very candid. I'm a bishop.
Yes.
And a respected religious leader in this country. I think even Kenyans now need to come to terms with the kind of leaders they are electing into positions of leadership.
Okay.
Why we are seeing Gunism in this country largely is because of the characters behind it. Have we done investigations? Do we know the background of some of these leaders? The fact that you're given money to vote for a certain candidate, coming up with the kind of narrative Mr. City was talking about, doesn't mean that person is a leader. Could it be that we have elected
a goon
into parliament?
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm willing to hire a goon, surely I am one of them.
Do we vet there? You see, before being nominated into the office where I am now, I had to be vetted. Do you know my chief had to write a report? He was asked to write a report, the background check.
Yes.
Who is this gentleman? Bishop Kefomai. You can have bishops, but it's a title. Who is this gentleman? Do you know the chief, the DCIO from my county?
Yes.
They wrote a report that was sent to Parliament. When I went for vetting, the reports were there. I was given a clean bill of health because of the transformation work I've done in my community. Do we do background checks for our political leaders?
It's a good question, Bishop. But clearly, looking at our political terrain, we need to do much more than we have done.
Precisely.
We have come to the end of the conversation.
Oh my God.
So I will allow you your parting thoughts.
Thank you so much, Bwana Mbuvi. My parting shots are this. We have a nation to cherish, safeguard, at the same time be proud of. Now, who is this that will keep the nation together? It's all of us. All of us. Not the politicians, and not one single person. Not even the president. All of us must arise to the occasion. One, what kind and caliber of leaders are we electing to Parliament, to Senate, and these political offices? That's a question I want to leave with the citizenry of this country. Number two, each one of us has the right to cast a vote on the credible, legitimate, authentic leaders. Do the background check. Number three, we want collaboration with the citizenry of this country. Everybody should come on board. Cohesion and integration is not for the commission alone. We only spearhead, we promote, and we provide direction. but every Kenyan should come on board and work with us, right from the grassroots all the way to the commission. And I want to appreciate Kenyans who have always done so, who have reached out to us through their communications. Our website is open. Our channels of communication are open. We are going to set up our offices at the Huduma centers, at the regional offices. Let us work together as partners of ensuring that we safeguard the peace that we need in this country for us to be able to thrive as a nation. Because in the absence of peace, there will be no development.
Very true. And we wish you all the best, Your Grace, as you undertake this elephant task.
Thank you.
Because it is an elephant task, especially a year before the elections. Kazi kwenu.
Ni ukweli.
All right.
Asante sana.
Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 3 people accused in the killing of 3 young men who were burned alive by a mob in Machakos have been released by a court, while 3 others will face murder charges at the High Court. In a ruling delivered on Wednesday, Senior Principal Magistrate Betty Koech discharged Keith Mutuku Muli, Esther Mumboa Mololo, and Yusuf Said from the case. However, the court ruled that Christopher Mwenda Robert, Francis Mutinda Kimeu, and Dominic Muinde Paul have a case to answer and should stand trial for the murder at the High Court. Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale is calling for joint efforts to fight fake and substandard medical products in the market. Duale says the illegal products pose a serious risk to the public and that cooperation between different agencies will help stop criminal networks involved in their manufacture, importation and distribution.
The criminals network involved in their manufacture, and I deliberately use the word criminal, because you're causing death. Am I right? Yeah, so it's a criminal act. You can't rent your license. You can't say Nairobi and your license is used in Turkana. Very soon, the story where you know from the comfort of your house, you will order an antibiotic, and then you pay, then the border delivers. That will be history.
Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo says the e-Citizen platform has become a key part of President William Ruto's digital government services. Speaking at the 6th Annual Information Security Management Systems Conference in Naivasha, Omolo said the platform serves more than 15 million Kenyans and handles about 500,000 transactions every day. He added that e-Citizen now generates close to 1 billion Kenya shillings in daily revenue for the government.
What began as an online access point for selected government services has become the backbone of our digital public service delivery architecture. Today, it hosts more than 22,000 government services, serving more than 15 million users and processing approximately 500,000 transactions daily, with close to 1 billion generated each day.
Manyata Member of Parliament Gitonga Mukunji has urged Parliament to classify unpaid school capitation as a pending bill. Speaking during the afternoon plenary session on July 1st, 2026, Mukunji warned that delays in releasing the funds are pushing schools into debt and affecting important services such as fire safety, security and utilities.
And, Honourable Speaker, when capitation is given per term. But when the term is over, Honourable Speaker, and there is a disbursement in the next term, the ministry will always give money like it is starting to give the capitation of that term, without considering the pending capitation. Also, I appeal to this House to see how it can actually consider and submitted capitation for schools as a pending bill when the year ends.
A protest stunt and apparent marriage proposal on top of the Empire State Building has led to the arrest of 2 people in the New York City. Video shot by United States News helicopter on Wednesday showed the 2 people dressed in black appearing to kiss on top of the iconic skyscraper's main antenna. It was not clear how the pair gained access to the antenna, which is located well above the publicly accessible areas in the 102-story building. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The United States defeated Bosnia and Herzegovina 2-0 on Wednesday night to advance in the World Cup despite playing much of the second half with 10 men. Folarin Balogun scored his 3rd goal of the tournament before being sent off with a red card in the second half. Malik Tillman later scored from a free kick to seal the win and keep the United States World Cup hopes alive. Yuri Tielemans scored a penalty late in extra time as Belgium produced a sensational comeback from 2 goals down to defeat Senegal in a dramatic last 32 World Cup tie. The last gasp of victory helped them book a last 16 meeting with the United States. Rudy Garcia's men had looked to be heading out as they trailed an impressive Senegal by 2 goals, with only 4 minutes remaining of normal time. But halftime substitute Romelu Lukaku flicking Thomas Manye's cross to give them a glimmer of hope, ending the match 3-2. Meanwhile, the DR Congo was eliminated from the 2026 World Cup after suffering a heartbreaking 2-1 defeat to England in the round of 32 in Atlanta. Despite taking a shock early lead from Brian Sipenga, DR Congo conceded 2 late goals to England captain Harry Kane. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is Radio Generation. You are on the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 Mombasa, 89.5 Garissa. There's something Mohamed Murunga has said here and I absolutely love it. Mohamed anauliza hivi, of what use, what's the use of conducting a background check when IEBC will have the last say? Na nimependa kinye chairman amesema kuhusu hiyo, ameita uwiano whereby if one of them doesn't tick that thing as a clean bill of health, my friend,
doesn't fly.
You're sick.
It doesn't fly.
Cause ni ukweli, and you know you could be okay with wanaitwa aje watu. Yeah, unaweza kuwa unapatiwa clean bill of health na hizo commission zingine zote, lakini hii moja inaangalia inasema hapana, mse hapana. So unless you clear with them, it's just like university. Do you know you can be okay with you've paid your fees, you have you have finished all your units, but my friend, kama ulikuwa umevunja kitanda na nani yule anaitwa nani anaitwa ni matron ama ni nani
yule mtu ambaye anasimamia hall
mwenye ako in charge of the hostel, huyo mtu kama hajeka signature, you are not graduating. Utakaa mpaka hiyo kitanda utalipa. Ndio ujuange kitu au amwangi tu vitu unafanya. So why we don't have that one as far as IBC is concerned, or other elections are concerned, is beyond me.
Let me tell you, there was a time I remember, it was in the Uhuru government, the era of the Uhuru government, hate speech had escalated. A lot of it was directed towards Uhuru.
Right.
There was one weekend, Babu, Owino, Junet, walishikwa. There's a picture of Orengo trying to wrest them away from the police and so forth.
Yes.
But they're not the only ones arrested. Others were arrested, wakapelekwa, Pangani, whatever it is. You know, these institutions where they give you a brief moment for character development.
Yes.
Those ones, okay? Behavior change intervention, okay? Bro, that nonsense stopped.
Yes. Very true.
It stopped.
Yeah.
It isn't as though people don't know what is right and what is wrong, but they push the limit. So long as they feel they can get away with it, they'll push the limit.
Yeah.
And sometimes, let me answer Murunga.
Yes.
Eternal vigilance, they say, is the tool that you use to bring about change. It isn't that the change will come with the vigilance. It has to be eternal. There's no point at which you actually stop. We have seen it with the gains that we've made in this country. One, to democratize, when we brought in the multi-party era. We saw it when we then even had the 2010 constitution.
Yes.
Those changes must be safeguarded. Because if they're not safeguarded, there are individuals who are completely disadvantaged with those changes. There are people who, the constitution that we had, the 2010 constitution, put them at odds. They felt we can't function in the manner we are accustomed to with these. So they will influence, they will ensure that laws are changed to ensure that they can go on with the business as they are accustomed to.
Yeah.
Okay? It's that constant vigilance. When we hear of groups protesting, oh, it's not in vain. When we hear of things being questioned, it is never in vain. It may look like it's in vain, it is not.
True.
That you even find agencies within the government seeking to respond to queries that have been raised, making statements, senior government officials speaking, it means they have heard. It means the things you're doing are not in vain.
Yeah.
That is why they are responding. And so you keep it up. You get to a point where people realize this is something you will not get away with. So it is actually in your interest to do that which is right.
There's a comment here I'll read by my take. Anasema, and I will leave you with this, Bishop. Please remember why you came into existence. Oh, anambia Bishop atamwacha na these last words. Please remember why you came into existence. Events of 2007 are the reason why you came into existence. Show the country some teeth. Stop the bark minus the bite. And I actually get why sometimes Wakenya by the way wanakuanga frustrated na hizi ma commissions na ma committees na God knows what. I do not know if NCIC has ever gotten someone to a point whereby jamaa ameshikwa ama madam ameshikwa.
Yes, they have.
Na kazi kaisha.
The kazi kuisha Betsy, I don't know, but I know there are individuals who have been brought to book. There are individuals who have been arrested. There are individuals who have been told and take a statement and explain to us. Yes, that they have done.
No, unajua si tu unaweza shikwa na NCIC leo wasema okay,
sio kushikwa na NCIC.
You have a case to answer, come before us, you come and then you explain yourself and they're like no, whatever you have said is nonsense. Please proceed to the next step, which is prosecution, then eventually ufike kotini, alafu kazi kama ulikuanga MP, sitting MP, kazi inaisha because you have been umefungwa miaka 17.
You know why this Uyano helps?
Yes.
And why the thinking behind it is sound? They will do their bit. They take it to the next agency. It dies there.
Sasa, and that is where Kenyans are. And I know it is not makosa ya NCIC. NCIC wali point out wakasema, City, come. City, akakuja. Aka explain whatever it is ali explain, tukaenda to the next step. Sasa hapo kwa the next step ndio ilifanya nini? Ilimaliza your story. So according to the people it is NCIC, it is not DCI, and perhaps hiyo kitu ilishia kwa DCI. It is not the ODPP, maybe kitu ilishia kwa ODPP. It is not according to them it is not the IEBC, and maybe hiyo kitu ilishia kwa IEBC. So according to them NCIC ndio ijafanya kazi.
You know, I have observed over time cases that the DCI has investigated and the perpetrators have been brought to books, some within a very, very short time.
Yes.
Some very, very effective. If you talk to people who've been in the service, they will tell you just how well trained our people are. The same problem that other nations in the world have is interference. It is what we don't discuss adequately. We discuss what we see as inadequacies by those in the disciplined forces, the police service to be precise, but we do not discuss the level of interference, the level of political interference that then destabilizes that forward movement that they have. But if citizens are frustrated, you imagine the police are not frustrated. They are frustrated.
You think so?
I know so. Because you cannot be at the vanguard of quelling riots, if you call it that, policing demonstrations, being in all these things they do. You are in the cold, you are doing what? You haven't eaten probably the whole day. The police, men and women, are not treated well. It's not really complicated. They are not treated well. I sometimes think that is deliberate. It's deliberate so that at any given point in time, these people are angry.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, you've mentioned the police. I remember at the time we were called to a certain police station. It will remain unnamed. And the reason we were called there is because a friend of my friend, the brother, alikuwa amekamatwa.
Alikuwa amefanya nini?
The guy is a notorious thug bana.
Oh.
At the time.
Thug, yeah?
He actually reformed after this particular incident.
Aliona Yesu.
Tuliitwa, okay, my friend aliitwa police station, then he asked me to accompany him. So ndio maana anasema tuliitwa. So we went to the police station and we finally met the OCS. OCS told this friend of mine, kamwambia brother yako, hii si mara ya kwanza tunashika yeye. And we are honestly tired of arresting him. Because every time we arrest him, number one, he just wastes space in our cells. We have bigger fish to catch. Then we take him to court. Then for some strange reason, uko kesi inaishia tu huko. Akaambia umse, brother yako ako pale ndani na tunataka tumwachilie on one condition. Please, mpeleke nyumbani. Take him to Ushago. I'm sure nyi watu mko na shamba huko. Mpeleke huko akalime shamba na shughulikie ng'ombe na mbuzi na kuku. Because hapa the next time sisi hatutakuita at you come and bail him out. You are coming to collect his corpse. Me, I was in that room, city, when that OCS was giving those whatever words.
Was giving that brief.
Yeah. Nilipata goosebumps nikisikiza mwanaume mwingine akiongea. And the guy was like, we've called you here. We don't even want money at your street, bail money. We want you to just take this. Ushagoni wapi? Akamwambia. Unaona huko malume tuambia? Mpeleke huko. So the guy was released and they had a very big fight with the brother, a physical one. Walishikana mashati. Because alimwambia bro, mimi sitaitwa hapa tena. Na akamwambia please. Mimi wewe jua tu nikiaitwa hapa ati umeshikwa ati umekufa ni nini. Anasema me I'm not coming to collect your body. You organize with the other relatives because they have other siblings.
People ambao wanafanya hii mambo yenu nao.
They have other siblings. Unfortunately the parents have left this world. Alimwambia you talk to the others wakukujie because me I am done. Because he has done everything. If it's bribing police officers, he has bribed them. If it's talking to the higher ops, ameongea na hata mkubwa wa OCS, ameongea na watu mpaka vigilance house, jamaa achiliwe. Sasa amesema I am done. The next time I am called, I will just pass that information to the others. They come collect your body. So yes, police can actually get frustrated and they wanaweza choka na wewe.
You know this work that they do, if you just look at it in totality and the circumstances under which they do it. Wajua ni kazi 24 hours, eh?
It's true.
Because if you are in the disciplined forces, you can be called to duty at any time. At any time. Na si ati toka Kilimani wende Westlands. No. Toka Kilimani wende Syokimau.
Yeah.
Or toka hapo wende Rongai. Na ni usiku. And then kuna hawa watu who are demonstrating. Sometimes I think, if I may think, that they feel, now why are these people demonstrating? Wanatupatia kazi ya bure hapa. This is something we don't need to be doing.
Yeah.
Then kuna wajinga wengine kati yao wanataka kurusha mawe. So Baaki, when they catch up with you,
they'll delete you. They'll delete you from the system.
You're not going to die, but you will definitely be injured.
Yeah.
Because they feel all this is not necessary. Why are we being put through this? Now, you are the cause of that frustration. Haki, if they catch up with you. Huh?
Nilikwambia tulikuwa naishi Ngando. There's a guy who used to he had weapons. Alikuwa anaekea mathegi, thugs. Alikuwa anaekea mathegi gun.
Ilikuwa inajulikana.
Yeah. So one day the cops came to him because there had been an incident somewhere, and people had been injured because there was a shootout, and they knew that is a guy.
Had somebody died?
I can't remember.
Okay,
I don't
but
think
let's say they were injured.
I think someone died. Yes.
Oh, that one. You're shida.
Yeah. So they came to this guy. He's the armory. Remember, he's the one who keeps the guns. They came and told him.
And yeah, can private enterprise.
Ndio anakuanga na hizi vitu akitaka, so that if it's city who's the armed robber, mkikuja kwa city ana bunduki, because alipatia nani? Alipatia mbuvi akaeka hizo vitu. So they come search your house, they don't find anything. And that's how these guys used to operate. So they knew after the investigation, akajua mbuvi ndiye anaekanga zile bunduki. They came and they told mbuvi niaje bunduki. The guy was like, what do you mean? Boss, tusisumbuane.
Tafadhali.
Give us these things. We're actually coming for the things. We're not coming for you. We just need to get them off the streets. The guy, of course, denied. They told him, sawa, kaa kando. They got into his house. Wakabomoa one of the walls. Wakapata zile bunduki.
Which means they knew where those guns were.
They knew. Now wakabomoa mpaka some part of the floor. Found the guns. More guns, rather. So wall has guns, nini huko bunduki huko kwa ceiling pia wamepata zingine. Akauliza sasa boss, now that tumepata kuna zingine? Jamaa akasema ati hapana, mimi hata sikuwa najua, this house me I rented it. Sijui hata
iko hivyo.
After more investigations zingine zikapatikana nje huko mahali choi na kuanga. They told him, bro, ingia kwa gari. That is the last time we saw that guy. Few days later alipatikana Ngong Forest dead. His body was collected by the family, wakaenda kuzika tu. Because they came and they told him, hizi vitu nekanga hapa zinatusumbua. The folks that come and keep them here, some are doing things in Kibra, others are doing in Kawangware, others are doing it in Karen.
Inatusumbua.
They've even used these guns in other counties. And this is way back in the 90s. They told him, tumekuja hapa in good faith, tulikuwa taka tusaidiane, an understanding of sorts, na umekataa. They finished the guy. I'm not for extrajudicial killings, but I'm just saying I have seen what cops have gone.
One of the most bizarre things I ever witnessed, there was a bus which was stopped on its way to the Mlolongo area.
Right.
And everybody alighted. Then they told everybody to go back in.
Yes.
4 fellows were left there. They told to lie down. They were shot.
Outside the bus? Or
they were shot outside the bus in the full view. See the pictures?
Yeah.
And then they got into their vehicle and went off. The bus was told to continue.
With its journey.
I looked at that thing and I said, what exactly have I just seen? Of course, the bodies were later collected.
Yeah.
Now,
they're just there's a cleanup squad.
Yes. Wow. Which means they knew who these people were.
Yes.
They knew they were in that bus. They knew exactly who these people were. What you will also find, some of these people who are perhaps thugs in training or thieves in training, or they're just in some internship. Before you become a master thief, you have to start somewhere.
Yes.
Okay? They also act as informers. Some who are actually committed and are known, they act as informers. So when something goes wrong, the police just goes to them and says, excuse me, ile area nani walikuwa na operation area hiyo? And the person will say, it wasn't me. Okay, who was it?
Ilikuanga nani?
Wandi walikuwa huko. And they leave.
See you later.
The thing is, there seems to be an understanding. There are things we will let you off on. There are things we won't.
Yeah.
Yes. And you need to know. There's a gentleman who was a reservist. He was called Patrick Shaw.
Yes.
It is said of Patrick Shaw, I never met him. I only saw pictures of him, and there weren't that many. But he wasn't alone. But he specifically would warn people. The son of yours is engaged in this. Same story, peleka nyumbani. If we warn you, we warned you twice.
Yes.
We're not going to warn you a third time. Just so that you know.
Yeah.
And in those days, bank robbery was physical. you would find we had a guy called Wakinyonga and others. Yes, they're in the papers.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember the times of Akina Wanogo.
Yes, near Wakinyonga, that group. Okay, notorious bank robbers. Okay, they were known as bank robbers, armed bank robbers. You know, the bank robbers were not armed. These ones were armed.
Yes, yes.
It is claimed that people like Patrick Shun, people who did that work that they did, who actually killed these fellows. Now, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say this. Criminal elements are Kenyans, and if they are not, they are known. It is not that they're not known. Okay? And it's like there are things you'll be given a free pass on. Okay?
Yes.
You may be warned and told, Nanio, utawacha hiyo kitu tafadhali. Then it's called a fair warning. The next time nobody's coming to warn you.
They just finish you.
Yes. And we then call it extrajudicial killing. Judicial killing.
Yes.
But the thing that has puzzled me over time, these are people who are trained to follow the law. What gets them to the point where they decide, we're not wasting time with you, you're dying?
It's that issue of tumeshintiana na we. There's in the early 2010s, there was a Facebook group, actually not group, several pages. One was called Hesi wa Dandora, there was a Hesi wa Kayole, and there was a Hesi wa somewhere else. I'm forgetting. There were about 3 Hesis. Now, these Hesis, their work, I think Wakariobangi Umoja and something, their work was to just warn you publicly, and they put your photo there. And they're like, Siti Muga, wewe ndio unajonanga, wewe ndio king hapa. And they actually use your lugha ya mtaa. Wewe umekuwa kijona nini. And they even tell you, wewe si ndio ulifanya ile supermarket mkaiba kitu fulani pale hivyo, wewe si ndio ulikaja kile gari ya fulani Karen. And so they outline all the crimes you've committed, and then they tell you, look, we are giving you until 10th of July, for example. And they used to give you options. Either you go to Shags and you leave this thing behind.
And you stay there.
Or they tell you come to the nearest police. And they even tell you the police station to report to. They tell you enda pale Mlolongo police station ujisalimishe hapo. Na wanakuambia if by 10th of July, close of business 5 p.m.
whatever we suggested,
you are not at that police station.
Or you haven't gone to your Shags.
They tell you, you just make sure that you have everything in order. If it's a wife, umeacha kila kitu, you have a will, you just make peace. Because at 5:01, you are a dead man walking. And they would tell that to both male and female gangsters. And I assure you, CT, kama ilikuanga ni 10th of July, walai 11th of July, mwili yako inachukuliangwa city mortuary. It's like there's someone who trails you day and night. They know umeingia pale, umelala pale, ulikuanga na fulani. So they follow you for the entire period. So even if you go and hide in Mandera,
they know.
Kiangai City, 11th, mwili yako inachukuliwa kwa mortuary. The nearest mortuary maluliwa. And it was really bad. So they would follow you. They knew. Hawezi enda mahali. Hawezi. So for the bright ones, by the way, ulikuwa unafanya tu kinyume kwambia. Wakikwambia tuenda Mlolongo police station city, the moment you see that message, you just go to Mlolongo police, tell them mimi ndio mnatafuta, you unajisalimisha na hiyo story inaisha. And they did that for a very long time. Then when there's something that happened and that page died, your story all those extrajudicial killings stopped. I think there was a crackdown on those folks, on those specific police officers that were running those Facebook pages.
You know, there is something to be said, and this is something that must be discussed and even studied, why it is that people opt for extrajudicial killing. You see, the history of Latin America is full of it, but this one was the state killing people who are in the opposition. Because you had a leader who was autocratic. So anybody who raised a voice,
yes,
umenda. That's where the term "they disappeared," disappearing, ilitoka huko.
Yes,
because there's a generation where people were just lost. And you know what is strange? These issues were resurrected, and some of those people who were in their 20s then, some are in their 70s, their grandparents, they were being called to answer for things that had done 50 years prior, 40 years prior, 30 years prior. Yes. Because the families of those who had disappeared had not had closure.
Wait, you've said which country?
Chile.
There's an in Mexico. It's called the New Jalisco Generation Cartel. Those guys dissolve you in acid. There's a guy who he was captured and then he gave the FBI this information. Well, if those guys capture you, that this is a cartel. If they have an issue with you because you're a rival cartel member, my friend, your body will never be found. That is why majority of the folks that have been disappeared in places like Mexico and they were either drug dealers or gang members, they have never been found because they will finish you and they will go and dissolve you in acid. And that acid will itamwaga tu mali huko kwa msitu hata ute. Basically, City Muga, there will be zero trace of a guy called City Muga that ever existed. And it doesn't matter how many times they dig for your body in the forest, they will never find you because they have dissolved you. Yeah, so I think the police, when it comes to such issues, that is why perhaps, and I'm not condoning it, I'm not saying it's okay, people need to face the law as it has been prescribed.
See, that's the whole point. That is not the law.
It is not the law.
But that's why it's called extrajudicial. It is not the law.
Because ndio nasema sasa at the very least ninaelewa what they do and why they do it. I just don't subscribe to it. Because they were wanasemanga bwana, there's no way day in day out mara City killed flani. We know he killed this person, but we don't have evidence. Like there's not a single place we can come and say, okay, here's the evidence. We know for a fact you are the person who's terrorizing people on Gong Road, because every time the witnesses come forward, they describe you. We even show them the photo. Huyu ndio jamaa alikuja, ni huyu. But evidence to tie you up to that crime doesn't exist. You go there, you've been raping people, you've all done all manner of things. And then when they get you to court, you have all this battalion of lawyers, and they come and they argue the case, you bribe nini your way out of the situation, unapotea. Na kuna karawa na shinanga tu anakushikanga, and chances are you even killed some of police of their colleagues. It's just that there's no way of pinning you down.
In 2008, when we had the problems in the Rift Valley,
yep.
Those problems spread to Luo Nyanza. I still remember being told stories within Kisumu. First of all, there was looting.
Okay.
And the things, this fridge, you only imagine it is heavy. When people loot and you find somebody has put a fridge on their back and they're walking with it.
During maandamano ya 2024,
yes.
Niliona mtu amebeba fridge na mgongo hivi.
Yes, na hiyo fridge ni kubwa kumshinda.
413 liters worth of fridge.
Yes.
Mtu amebeba kwa mgongo na anakimbia. He's not struggling to walk. Yeah. This guy is running.
Hiyo ni yake. Tells you jamaa ametafuta in the 1982 coup attempt, something similar happened.
Yeah.
Okay? But one of the problems, again, was some of the appliances that people looted from shops were appliances that required electricity.
Yeah, of course.
So the individuals took these things to their homes, and the homes didn't have electricity.
Hata una solar.
There was no solar in 1982.
Okay,
it was in the books. Kuna kitu kama solar.
All right.
So when the police were now doing their rounds, going to those places, they find a fridge is bigger than the door you have to your house.
Yeah.
And
uli have kubomoa ukuta ndio ingie,
which requires electricity na una steamer. So you have to explain how that thing got there. It becomes very difficult to explain all that.
Yes.
But what then happened, I remember, was the escalation. Shops had been looted, so there are no more shops to loot. Okay? So what do you think these people are going to do next? Because there was a thinking that you can now loot. They started going towards what they consider the affluent estates.
Okay.
But you think that was the only bit. Even within the estates, the low-income residential estates, you couldn't send a child to the shop or somebody to go shop with a bag. Somebody would stop you and take your shopping.
What?
Yes, there's an uchumi on Gong Road that used to happen to people.
You're talking about the
No, I'm talking about Kisumu, but I'm giving the example of the uchumi in you are in a bus or you've disembarked.
Yes.
Because that uchumi, Kibera is not far from there.
Okay.
Okay? You disembark. There are people who are taking your shopping. Now, the Kisumu incident, again, it was told to me.
Anafanya free shopping na wewe tu.
No, they just take it. So what happened is the people in the estate decided, no, we've had enough of this. And they knew the children, the thugs who are doing this.
Okay.
So they went to the parents and told them, Nani,
Ambia mtoto wako ache.
Ache, because we are going to burn this child alive. I was told of 2 incidences where children were burnt in front of the door of their parents' houses.
And by children, you mean this? How old were they?
Well, you know me, I'm old, so children are anybody. If you're someone in their 20s, in my head, it's still a child.
You're a child, okay.
Yes, okay. These were adults, but they were young adults.
Okay.
It took the burning of a number of them for that to cease. What people don't see when they do wrong is that they are setting in motion lawlessness, and that lawlessness can affect them. When the lawlessness is directed towards other people, they feel, it doesn't affect us. Then it spreads. And it's usually young people who don't seem to have much to do with their lives, and they figure, what the heck, I'm going to earn a few shillings here. Before you know it, the thing has arrived at your doorstep. And that lawlessness that was happening to other people is now something that you have to face directly.
Yeah.
One of the things that the 2010 Constitution did for us, it actually gave us a structure and a legal platform, forget framework, that would enable us to deal with very many things. Now, the democratization process as was enforced by some of these Bretton Woods institutions, and the insistence on what they call the conditionalities, where we started creating all these bodies that we complain about as being toothless. They are only toothless before they are actually given teeth. I argue that they actually are not toothless.
Okay.
They have teeth, but they don't bite. Okay? The day they actually start using the teeth for what they were supposed to, you'll be grateful that you had them. Other nations don't have them.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about some nation that is far away from Kenya, just within our neighbors. These things that we take for granted, NCIC, all anti-corruption, okay, anti-laundering. Say, but these bodies are many.
Anti-counterfeit.
There are too many. Actually, there's a lot they do that you never get to know. The truth is, in the absence of these bodies that more or less act as a bulwark against lawlessness. Now, imagine a situation where they didn't exist. How then would you bring people to book if they decided to go against the law? These areas that we refer to as hotspots, where leaders deliberately and blatantly encourage the citizenry to kill other members of a community that considers a different clan.
Yeah.
How would we deal with such people?
It will be difficult.
It will be extremely difficult.
Alando is saying, movie back in the day in Dandora, there was this OCS who was known as Biggie. He used to warn gangsters in the presence of their kin. He'd even give them transport money to go back to their village. Kuna makara walikuanga hivyo by the na bado wako. They come and give you money. How much is it?
You go home.
How much is it to get to Oyugis? 3,000. Anakuhesabia 3 plus ya lunch na anakuambia hii ikushikilie wiki zingine 2 as you sort yourself out.
Go away.
Nisikuone hapa Monday. Kwanza anakuambia hata si Monday, leo ni when? Thursday. Anakuambia kesho asubuhi jipange venye utaenda. Nasema nikikuona hapa Friday jioni
ujue
utaniambia unatafuta nini hapa Nairobi wewe. Bwana mimi, a police officer tells me that.
But you see, the thing that
I leave all my belongings.
The thing that should scare you, is how much they know about you. Meaning, they've been watching you for a very long time. It's you who is unaware that you're being watched, and they know exactly what you do. But it also brings in another question. You see, again, this issue of extrajudicial killing. You've heard of young people who have been shot, and the circumstances they were found in this place. Forget that this is not demonstration. They were just found somewhere, and these are young men who are just doing business. If you talk to people in the police service, they'll tell you a different story. They'll tell you this one. This person, him and his group, they do this and this and this and this and this. And we've warned them for a very long time. So you ask, no, but surely, could you be wrong? Said, oh, no, we take time in understanding this. Remember there was a time when there was a ship that was said to have brought some heroin into the country. It was burnt. Okay, remember that one, Ilichomo, in the high seas. But at the same time, there was a story of a haul of heroin or cocaine or whatever the drug was that was found in Malindi and found with some people. The story goes that they had been observing and watching those people for a very long time. They knew that drugs were there. because they knew it had been. They knew, but they did not arrest those people. They were just watching. When they pounced, they now had a clear idea of who was doing what, and how it is that everything was connected.
So these things we actually see in the movies are real, eh? The investigation.
When you are told that members
plant
of,
a mole,
yes.
they have a, what are they called, undercover officer with you.
You see that the film industry have what you call literary license.
Yes.
There are things they over dramatize, they add, and so forth. But for them to have a body of literature that they can then make into a movie, they have to talk to people who actually do that work.
They have consultants from
they do.
From the police,
They do.
the FBI,
They do.
the armed forces.
They do. So that what you see mimics the truth. There'll be drama, like one person is shooting 20 people and nothing happens to him.
Or one person fights 100 people.
Yeah, that one now is
Have you watched a movie called Raid?
No.
Raid, there's one guy who fights an entire apartment block. Your building inatosha kama wacha nisi exaggerate sana, but it probably has over 500 people in there.
He fights all of them.
500, yes, 500 bad people, gangs. It's like if Mungiki were to take an entire apartment block, then he gets in there na anatandika watu 500 plus peke yake. Anyway, nilikuwa nataka kuambia tu hiyo exaggeration venye nakuanga.
Well, that is a movie that falls into the category of zombie apocalypse.
But at least zombies don't fight back. They just want to bite you. So you can shoot them. You can imagine someone who wants, like, huyu ni mtu ako na intelligence yake, anajua kukunja ngumi, he can or she can swerve. So fighting such a person is difficult. Yeah. So ulikuwa unaniambia that at the end of the day polisi wanajuanga hii mambo. By the time they are pouncing on you.
Mistakes can be made, yes. But the vast majority of those cases, they know exactly why they've come for you. They are not guessing. They take, remember their training. They take their time in building a case. They know. And they've watched you and they've observed you. So by the time, if I'm to go by the story that one of my college mates told me,
yes,
about the time that he was taken to Nyati House, said nobody beat him. They just told him to remove socks and his feet were put in a basin of cold water.
Ule alipatiwa faili yake.
Akasoma. He said his problem was, where were these people?
Yeah. And he thought he's been anonymous in the streets of Nairobi.
You're there, but you know, where were they? And how did they even record what we were saying? You forget whatever political idea you had in your head.
Inaendanga hivyo.
That thing is deleted up to the it's gone. You are a changed person. Because you say, if they know this about me, my goodness, they know my whereabouts. Ulienda hapa, ulisalimia nani, ulifanya hivi. He said that information, they didn't need to be to there. That information alone, and therefore they would drop you back. When you wake up, why you came to the university becomes abundantly clear.
Yeah. Ulikuja kusoma?
Yes.
Ukuje utafute kazi huku nje?
Yes.
Utamak kama Wakenya wenzako.
Yes. In my time, in fact, we didn't tamak.
Kazi immediately.
Me had a letter of employment before I even finished my last exam. I knew where I was going to work. Okay? But you then study so that you can probably do a master's and leave the country, because you realize this country is not safe.
Or you just go do masters out there.
Yeah. When they, now, and with the Hurudi,
you start applying for scholarships to places you didn't know exist, like Siberia.
Do you know how scary it is?
Unatafuta scholarship Siberia.
Unaipata haraka sana.
Mahali unasema hapa Kipitoya sikukucha, hii baridi iko hapa, hata yeye sikutaka kucha hapa. Wacha nikajifiche mahali Kipitoya hawezi kucha, sababu ile kitu amenionyesha pale. Mbaya sana. It's bad.
The consequences that follow the actions that we take are the things we do not see.
Yeah.
For people who are much younger, when you elect an individual, for instance, who is popular, yes, but he's a person whose deeds, his reputation cannot stand any close scrutiny. It cannot stand the cold glare of light. And you decide this is the person whom you're going to give the position of leadership. you don't fully understand the message you have sent. You've actually told those who are younger that the thug gang culture is alive and well, and they will do well to be thugs and gangsters. That's what you've told them.
You see, by the time we're also getting, as a citizen, by the time we decide we are going to lynch a thief, you know, there's a time niliona mwizi wa pikipiki akichomwa pikipiki, because in the area pikipiki ulikuwa ukiacha nje tu unapata asubuhi imeenda na hakuna mahali pengine unaweza acha pikipiki. So ilikuwa imefika mahali people were sleeping with their pikipikis in their houses. After you are done with the day, you find how your pikipiki will go up 5 flights of, you know, stairs, and then you store it in your house, and then in the morning again do the same thing. So it was really getting tiring for the residents. So one day they just decided, hapana, yule tutashika hata kama ni mmoja wetu hapa, we are finishing. So one day they actually did catch someone, and they beat this person to a pulp, and they just bought mafuta ya taa from the local shop there, because unajua tu kuna duka huwa zinaweka mafuta. Bought the mafuta, poured it on this guy, and they just lit it. And the way they light it up, it's so normal. It's like you're lighting a cigarette. Si kazi ngumu zile za nani nipatie chakwa achilia. And I was like, we watu wamechoka na wezi.
Do you know why you are in Kenyatta? Do you know why Bishop Square is called Bishop Square?
Yes, I remember you told me about the story.
There are these things that people do, and they don't fully realize the long-term effects of it. This culture of goonism didn't start yesterday. It didn't start with the 13th Parliament. It's been there for a very long time.
Yeah.
And we normalize it as being part and parcel of our political process. The mobilization and the paying for a crowd, rent a crowd, specify what the crowd must do, that came later.
Yeah.
But the idea of having young men disrupt rallies, beat up people who supported the other person, that has been in our politics for quite some time.
Okay.
The problem is, when you then have a population of young people who cannot find jobs because we tell them that they study so they can get jobs.
Yes.
Okay. And those who are in business don't see a plan that is purpose to helping them build their businesses. It is then very easy for these people to join the goon squads.
Okay.
Because at least when you're there, you earn some money. And in most cases, you don't have to beat anybody. You just have to go to the gym, build a few muscles, wear a tight t-shirt, and present yourself as somebody who's threatening.
And then use a very bad voice.
Yes, exactly. And learn how to swivel and turn and look at people menacingly. And if you can, buy a set of dark glasses so that
people don't see your eyes.
Yeah, so that you look like that person in the Matrix. Okay?
Yeah, it's called Neo.
And you're Then you're set. Okay? Yes. Now you even have the tools and the uniform for the job. But that is because the options are limited.
Okay.
How do you explain a situation where you find very many young women going into sex work? Is it that when they were in school, and they've gone to school,
yes,
they sat and they thought, they said, of the options I have, should I sweep the streets?
Should I just sell my body?
Yes. So, there are things that we do, decisions that we make.
Yes.
And there are things we set in motion that then precipitate and bring about other things that we hadn't quite anticipated.
Right.
But which, had we given it thought, would have realized this is the direction that we will go.
But you see, sometimes, City, it's because of the now. You don't really have time to think about tomorrow or the day after, because the now there's an immediate need now. I'm hungry. My children need to go to school, or I need to feed my children. Forget even school. I need to feed these guys.
Remember the conversation we had with the young gentleman who's the president of the Students Association at the university? Remember the story he told us about some of their colleagues who are in college, cannot eat.
Right. Wanainama. Alituambia ndio slang ya huko.
Yes.
Wanainama.
You avoid that meal because you choose a meal you're going to have because you know how much money you have. Or you decide with this money, it's 50 bob, I need to find a place I can eat twice. So I need to spend 25 bob and another 25 bob another time. And the numbers are not small. Okay? So you have a system that allows people to go to university, but how they will live and survive when the university is not provided for. Some of us went to the university when none of that was your problem.
Okay. Everything was provided for.
Even the money called boom.
Did you used to buy food at the mess?
Buy what food?
Food.
No.
It was free.
No, yes, it wasn't free.
Yeah.
It was billed. It was part of what you then paid. When you started working, they would deduct money from you.
Or in Kenya, that's what we call free. It's already paid in the fees, so it's free.
Yes. No, you will repay it. When you start working, you would repay that money. Okay. Everything, accommodation was costed, food was costed. Okay, the boom was costed. The boom was to give you money that you can buy books. I still remember the people who the first thing they do is to go down and buy a boom box.
Lazima mziki bana, sherehe lazima siti. Sherehe ni lazima siti.
And yet there were people who that very same money they were still educating their siblings ambao mabaki nyumbani.
Very true.
Okay. We also had people in college who already married. Yes. In your time probably you didn't have us, we did. So hii pesa ana budget ya masomo, ana budget
familia.
Ya familia pia. Okay? But you are guaranteed a place to sleep, guaranteed. You're guaranteed food that you're going to eat, to the point where people chose the things they were going to eat and not eat. I remember that the first time I was shocked to go to the dining hall, and some people have poured tea on the table. You know, bread was limitless, by the way. I mean, literally. So somebody, you know, these loaves of bread which are this size.
Yes.
Okay.
Zile kubwa.
Some two people have gone and put that on the table. They can't finish it even if they want to. It doesn't really matter how big an appetite you have. So you'll find somebody who comes along. See, there's tea on the table. He takes a few slices and mops the tea. You know, I was mortified. You are using bread to mop tea. I couldn't believe. And more so, we had butter, not margarine, butter. Somebody takes butter.
Siagi ni siagi sasa.
Anachukua kasahani and you're wondering, you can't finish this. There was so much abundance that people wasted. The only day that I remember people would move from one dining hall to the other,
yes,
it was I think on a Wednesday, if I'm not wrong, where people ate chicken.
So you eat chicken in this dining hall, you go eat it in the next and the next.
Now, jobs, you finish. Honestly, you could even change jobs. There was no problem. If people who went through that system then were in government and they were planning for the future, which wasn't theirs, their reference point would be what they saw. So when you have a population of people who then want to go to university and there's a planning, you'll find they're not planned for adequately.
Yeah.
And this is the situation that we find in the university. So the disparity is clear, it is big, and you can understand it. And you know, hapa, this is a tender cake. And then you look at the sizes of the classes, you actually ask yourself, how is it possible that some learning actually takes place here, given the numbers of people we have? Again, you then have a very large population of people who've gone up to university level, who do not have any gainful engagement. And many of them go to the rural areas because that's where they came from.
Yeah.
Some into towns. Now you tell me, what do you think this population of people are going to do when they can see people who went to school with them, who have jobs, seem to be doing better than they are, those who were there before them? And then you wonder why it is suddenly people get university admission and they turn it down. They say they're not going.
Yeah.
Because they have observed over time and they realize this education is not going to help me very much. So then you find people moving towards TVETs. Why? Because they figure, you know, with the TVET, I may actually be able to get something gainful that I can do. And yet the planning required an adjustment and a reprogramming of the curriculum that we had. In this sense, if our curriculum focused on training people to think in terms of entrepreneurship, our curriculum doesn't in those schools. And if you had courses in the university that trained people to think in that manner.
There was a common unit in the university, well, KU. Ilikuwa inaitwa entrepreneurship. Your kitu, by the way, if you really went through that unit vizuri, it gave you an idea of entrepreneurship, especially if you came from a background where you didn't study something like commerce.
You see that you've stated the problem. it shouldn't have been a unit.
Yeah.
No. It should have been something you study for the 3 years you are there, or 4 years.
4 years, yes.
You study it, and you graduate the learning as you move along to the point of where you do a practicum.
Because I remember there were 6 units, 6 common units. There was UC 100, communication skills. That is the first time I saw a class of more than 3,000 people.
A class?
Yeah, because it was communication skills. It had everyone from every course. Whether you're doing engineering, whether you're doing medicine, whether you're doing law. Sisi wote tulikuwa tunapatana kwa UC 100. There was kulikuwa na hii KU kuna sijui kama uliachanga. There was a very large classroom called SEZ 39.
No, that one came in your time, not mine.
SZ 39 ingefiti, I think even 10,000 people. And guess what? We had exams for UCU 100 communication skills.
How do you mark?
I had walikuwa narusha makaratasi vijuu. Zinaanguka katikati, hawa ni watu wa A. Zinaanguka at a certain perimeter, B, and then there's C, and then there's D, and then there's watu wa retake. And guess what? Kuna watu walikuwa wanapata retake ya communication skills. Anyway, kulikuwa na communication skills. There was another unit called HIV. There was entrepreneurship. I'm forgetting the others. But there were 6 and you were to choose 4 out of the 6.
Compulsory?
They were compulsory.
Now you tell me, if they had really ensured that it is something you studied for all the years you were in the university, don't you think more people would have had the idea of actually wanting to be entrepreneurs?
Yeah.
'Cause one unit, which is how?
Kweli. I wish, and you're right. They should have had it maybe first year you are doing
fundamentals of entrepreneurship.
Then mwaka wa pili you're doing something.
No, unaanza na ka practicum.
Advanced nini.
Yes.
So by the time you're getting to maybe 4th year, you even have a practical.
You have a project, and it has been tested to see if it works.
Na inafanya kazi.
Precisely. So you graduate.
You're already employed.
That's the point.
Actually, you graduate, you already have an income.
That's the point. We never got there.
Wewe unafaa kuwa vice chancellor. Chagua university nikupatie. Chagua university city nikupatie. All right, let's cross over to the next hour. We were supposed to be hosting Honorable Omanyo, who's the SG for ODM party, but unfortunately hajaweza kufika. But msijali, si show imekuwa. Do stand by for the next one.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission says it wants to stop conflict before it starts instead of only responding after problems happen. Speaking on Radio Generation, NCSC Chairperson Kefa Omae said that the commission has already started preparing the country for peaceful coexistence ahead of the 2027 general election. He said the commission does not want to wait until political tensions rise before taking action.
Which at the end of the day will bring in division.
And discrimination.
Discrimination. What I'm trying to say here, out of these 20 functions, people think NCAC is a reactive commission. We are not a reactive commission. We are a preventive commission. We don't have to wait until temperatures rise. We don't have to wait until there are tribal clashes. We don't have to wait until 2027. We must prepare the ground right now for peaceful, for example, elections and peaceful coexistence. So I'm trying to summarize that NCC has such a huge mandate, and that's why I'll go back to what city actually asked. Are we well funded?
Okay.
If you go through all these 20 functions, you can see we are actually there as a commission to making sure the country lives cohesively, peacefully, etc. So that we are able to carry out our daily businesses. You wake up from your house, come to the office knowing nobody's going to waylay you on the road.
Parents of students at Utumishi Girls Senior School are calling on the government to urgently improve safety at the school following the dormitory fire that killed 16 students last month. The parents have given the government a 1-month ultimatum to address safety and infrastructure challenges to prevent similar incidents in future. They are demanding a construction of a new dormitory, additional classrooms, and improved water supply systems to reduce congestion and improve learning conditions at the school. Treasury CS John Mbadi maintains that there is no legal hurdles in the deal involving the sale of Safaricom shares to Vodacom. Mbadi says the transaction has already been concluded and the government expects more than 200 billion Kenya shillings to be received by Friday. According to the Treasury CS, the money will be deposited into the National Infrastructure Fund at the Central Bank.
Yeah, no, that one I'll leave to the judiciary to determine or deal with. I don't want to give my opinion today. What I know is that we don't have any legal hurdles now, and we have concluded the transaction. I am very confident that on Friday we'll have the money in our accounts. That is the over 200 billion Kenya shillings. So the transaction is complete.
Amnesty International says Sudanese paramilitary forces committed crimes against humanity and ethnic cleansing during fighting in the city of El Fasher last year. The report says the violence happened during battles between Sudan's army and the Rapid Support Forces, also known as RSF, in the Darfur region. According to Amnesty International, the alleged crimes included killings, torture, rape, sexual violence, forced displacement and persecution. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. This is the last hour, and kama kawaida I usually tell you it is the best hour. And guess what? It's Friday.
No, bro.
It's Thursday.
Thursday,
nilikuwa nishafika Friday City.
Thursday, my man. Thursday.
Nilikuwa nishafika. Acha nisalimie watu before tuingie katika mazungumzo yetu. Nyaga Junior says the raid ilikuwa noma. City endo watch the raid. Endo watch hiyo movie ni kali. Hiyo movie ni kali City. Okay. Kuna watu walikuwa wamesema vitu zingine hapo hawali. Let me just read them. Majok has reminded us that CJ Maragas was an advisory and not a ruling. All right, Majok. Akasema pia on constitutional matters, High Court is the primary court and not Court of Appeal or Supreme Court. So what are we saying? So the High Court, but we see people moving from the High Court to the Court of Appeal, then from the Appeal to the Supreme Court. Ama? Sivyo ndivyo inakwanga. Aya, Biwot Boaz, good morning. How are you doing? You're saying that you tuned in from Nandi. Douglas Kibogong anasema appealing is allowed and constitutionality will be determined in Court of Appeal in 2019. Ama was determined. Super Mwamba amesema CTN movie, the reason is intimidation and to instill fear. Douglas anauliza City, since when do guys define Kenya as Nairobi? Name any other county rather. The so-called abductees are Storia Town. Okay, sijaelewa hii message. Daniel Churu anasema that man up there is smart but in a wicked way. Imagine normalizing grand looting and incompetence so much that when his regime builds a mere 800 meters of road, it is seen as an accomplishment. Ni psychology, Ni psychology. Sawa. Uliniambia mtu anaweza kupata notes za psychology wapi?
Anaweza kupata nini?
Notes za psychology wapi? Nataka kusoma psychology kidogo. Dance anasema good morning City and Movie. Well, good morning to you. Peter Otieno ametukumbusha jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Robert Ouko. Acha nitafute message ya mtu mwingine hapa hivi sijasalimia. Olivia Met amesema indeed bringing services to the people is the way to go. Congratulations to NCIC. Yeah, that thing of having NCIC at the Huduma Center, I don't know, man.
It's not a bad idea.
It is a good idea. For sure, it is a good idea. It is definitely a great idea. Hiyo nao sikatai. But Wakenya watakumbuka hiyo ofisi iko hapo kweli?
Watakumbuka wakiwa na shida.
Then Rosemary Were amesema huge mandate to the NCIC especially ahead of the elections. Oh yeah. Hapa wako na kazi kubwa sana. Amazing Kido anasema at Amazing Peace Ambassadors Naivasha, we are engaging learners to shape behavior, borrowing heavily from the Amani Club's idea of NCIC. But then these Amani Clubs will be in schools, according to what the bishop has said. So it will be like the 4K club ili likuanga ya agriculture. Ama scouts.
Ama first aid.
St. John. Bas. So that kutoka huko shule watu waanze kulearn.
They have approached it correctly, because when you start at that age, somebody gets older, the foundation has actually been set. Yes. Ni muhimu.
Because I remember, even, you see, when we used to plant trees in school, we used to be taught about environmental cleanliness, don't throw papers here and there. You know, that thing sticks with you even when you're an adult.
Let me tell you, people say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And that is not entirely true.
Jumi uonanga watu wakitupa vitu huko kwa barabara na shanga. Huyu mtu alienda shule kweli?
I pick up things. I pick up, even if I'm walking here and I see paper, I will pick it up.
Yeah.
Let me, you know, when we had COVID, and Mutai Kagwe would speak to people every single day, and then his people would also come in and talk. It wasn't just once a day.
Yeah.
You know the habit?
It was several times a day.
You know the habit that has stuck with me?
Yes.
Washing hands. My friend, I wash my hands something like 4 times in a day.
Me, as long as nimetoka nje nikiingia kwa nyumba, I have to wash my hands.
Bas, now you see, you've got it now. I never used to do that before. I'd wash my hands before meal. But once that happened, it's no more or less like a knee-jerk reaction. I don't need to be told. It's something that I simply do.
Have you seen the Kenyans who also wear masks when they have a cold?
Yes, I've seen them.
Because now they are like, this is how it spreads. I don't want to spread it to anybody else.
It is amazing, isn't it? Somebody has a cold, they're walking with a mask.
The mask business is still booming.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. It doesn't just boom during maandamano. Mtu anajua hii juu niko na homa, I don't want to spread it to other people. Wacha iishe na mimi. Na anavaa mask. Back in the day, that was we only knew masks for doctors and nurses in hospital.
Tulikuwa najua hiyo tu.
Tulikuwa najua hii mask ni ya daktari.
I remember when I was in Guangzhou, my first time ever to be in China.
Yes.
At the airport, there was no COVID. People were wearing masks. I found it really
This was even before COVID-19.
There was no COVID. People are wearing masks. I'm wondering what are these people wearing masks for.
Right.
Then I noticed there was smog. It was difficult to tell you it was midday, mid-morning, mid-afternoon.
Yeah.
Ulikuwa huoni jua. Okay? And I asked, I was told, no. The air is not always very clean.
Yes.
So this is just to guarantee that you don't inhale or you don't breathe in impurity.
A lot of, yeah.
So I said,
wacha hata mimi nijipange.
Yes, ndio hiyo. Mazi. Once something has been explained to you and it makes sense, you adopt it immediately.
Mara hiyo.
Chief, you adopt it. It makes sense. And face masks have never been expensive. They're never expensive.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, when you require millions and millions on a daily, you will make sure that those things are affordable.
They are affordable.
Yeah.
They are affordable.
Watu walianza kukoa wasafi. And I like the fact that people now understand even social distancing. There's a distance where you si lazima ukaribie mtu sana na bado mtaelewana. Na hata kusikia vizuri.
And you don't even need to shout.
Yeah.
Just talk.
And nowadays people understand when you give them mkono wa kugota. Actually, I prefer kugota as opposed to shaking hands.
And the shaking hands comes with problems. Just
Ama pia si lazima tuguzane zile za mambo poa.
Yes, Tosha, how are you doing today? You good?
Yeah.
Umalizana na hiyo.
Si lazima mambo.
Well, COVID dissuaded us from that approach to life and to greetings. Yes, tulipima tukaona hii.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Yeah.
There's something that I saw in the papers that I found, should we say, of interest. Let me just look for it.
Something in the papers that is of interest.
No. What was of interest? It wasn't the papers I was looking at.
Yes.
It was. Remember when I told you about Chile?
Chile, the country.
Yes, and they disappeared. There was a right-wing military regime, and it wasn't one Zilifuatana.
Yeah.
What they did was they focused on political opponents, union leaders, students, and they never recorded the arrests or anything.
Yes.
So there was no way you could trace the existence or the process of them being arrested. So when they disappeared, one could actually legally claim and say, you know something?
Yes.
We really don't know where these people are. Okay. Now, it set in motion a trend that was very common in Latin America. But the trend that it set is that those who then started fighting those regimes had a leftist leaning. These are people who supported the capitalist systems, and they were probably influenced, their positions were influenced by America.
Yes.
Now, those who opposed them, whether it was the Sandinistas, whether it was the Shining Path, these are people who are determined that we are going to get rid of these particular governments.
Okay.
Or these dictators. And it explains why very many countries in what we refer to as South America or Latin America had a leaning towards a socialistic government. Because the people who had preceded them had been horribly, terrible, nasty people. Yes.
Okay. And that explains why we've been witnessing some of the things we've been seeing there, including what we saw in Venezuela, or rather happening to the Venezuelan president just the other day. Imagine it's been how many months now? He was taken from his country in, was it February or January?
It wasn't the first time that they did that.
Yes.
No.
And here we are.
No, it wasn't.
All right. In this hour, we want to focus on the Kenya Sign Language Bill, and with us is nominated MP from Garissa County, and she's also a human rights activist. I'm talking about Harun Mohammed. I want to pronounce this first name, but naona naweza isema vibaya, so wacha nimuulize mwenye how to pronounce it. First of all, Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Morning, thank you so much.
Karibu sana. How do I pronounce this first name?
Umulher.
Umulher.
Yes.
Unajua ningeisemaje? Umulka. That's not
but
how to
if
say
you
it.
were Aluya, because they have the KH in there,
yes,
they would do it better.
Umulka.
Umulka. Yes.
But nice to have you here. Karibu
Thank
sana.
you so much. I appreciate it.
Tell us a little bit about this sign language bill. I believe it was signed into law 8 days ago.
No, it
was just passed
yes,
the parliament.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
all right.
So the Kenya Sign Language Bill is a bill to support the sign language itself.
Okay.
It's not a disability bill. It's a language bill.
Okay.
Which brings a bit of confusion to the public, or the larger questions that I get is, okay, so, this is a disability thing. So I'm like, no. Because if you look at the Kenyan Constitution, it recognizes English, Swahili, and sign language. But we rarely use sign language, both in our communication and, in our institutions, public facilities. So this is generally a bill to support the use, the practice, and the educative part of sign language.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and we have sign language interpreters everywhere.
Yes.
Do we?
Not everywhere, but on TV stations, which is something that only came after the 2010 Constitution.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or it was a requirement that all TV stations need to have someone to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It was something that was decided, but it left out a lot of things. So just having interpreters on TV doesn't mean you've solved the communication barrier that's there. You haven't.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things that needs to be addressed. For example, the regulation aspect of it is also something that needs to be addressed.
Yes.
There are many people who can go to, those third floor classrooms or schools, do a course here 3 weeks, atoke na certificate, and then they tell you I'm an interpreter. And tomorrow you hire them on TV and they are there misleading you,
giving the wrong information.
You get my point.
Yes.
So it also deals with the regulation aspect of things.
Okay.
So generally, it's a bill to support the whole sign language and the language bit holistically. Yeah.
Let me ask the question.
Yeah.
One has heard of sign language from time immemorial. I took note of it in the time when Mandela was president of South Africa.
Exactly, the funeral.
Yes.
Yes.
And there was a gentleman who was supposed to be a sign language interpreter. That man was sign languaging his own things.
Yeah.
Alikuwa anasema vitu, but for folks like me who doesn't understand sign language,
you would think ako sawa.
I was like, that is some legit language interpretation right there.
But how would you even know what is not legit? You don't know.
Yeah.
You see? But how then do you ensure that the significance of sign language, the vastly important role that it plays, is understood? Because it is assumed that hiyo ni ile language, sign language inawekwa watu ambao hawa. No, but it is a language.
That's a thing. Yeah.
Okay? It is a language. How do we ensure that its importance is understood in the same way we understand the importance of the language we are speaking now, and Kiswahili and other languages that people learn?
So that's a good question, because it's part of what the bill is addressing. Why are children in school from the foundation level taught only Swahili and English and not sign language? So that's where the disparity begins.
Your suggestion is we need to teach everyone.
So it's actually part of the bill. The bill has 3 fragments. So the first bit is on education. This is what it's addressing. Peleka mtoto shule, funza ye Kiswahili, English and sign language. In the next 10 years, you'll have a generation that can be able to communicate sign language fluently.
Yes.
Because between me and the deaf person, it's you and I who cannot talk to them. So it's not their issue that you don't speak sign language. It's a you problem. They can speak, but you can't speak. So why then do we have to make them adjust to our own biases? You get my point?
I get
so
it.
The suggestion is that for us to eliminate the communication barriers that exist, we teach children in Kenya sign language, just like we teach them the 2 languages.
All right.
Then eventually, as they grow, they're able to speak. If they interact with a deaf person in their classrooms, we don't have to do all these things to make sure that child is okay.
Yeah.
We just continue living with them, communicating with them, and that way we can also reduce the dropout levels of children who are deaf in schools, because we after the 2003 free public primary program by the president at that time, President Mwai Kibaki,
yes,
he also introduced deaf units in the schools. So you find institutions, public primary schools have deaf units. So in for example, in the Aga Khan primary has a fully fledged deaf unit. The schools that are there specifically for the deaf children. Then you go to secondary schools. We have secondary schools for the deaf children. Where do these children go?
Yeah, hold on. What is a deaf unit for someone who's hearing it for the first time?
So
like
it's
myself?
basically teachers who are trained to handle the deaf children in a classroom.
Okay.
So if you have a grade 3, then there's a grade 3 unit for the deaf. Is this like
it's a separate classroom for them, Mama?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay.
Because then they need specific attention from when they start the education, but from the secondary level they can integrate with other children, no problem.
Yes.
I also don't like the segregation bit, but we don't have the training for the teachers at the moment. Hopefully, I mean, we are not yet there as a country. The structures are not.
It's a foundational problem.
Yeah, it's a foundational problem.
Is it?
Yeah, and by foundation I mean kama hatujakuwa tukifunza walimu wenye wanaweza funza sign language. Of course, there are teachers who can teach sign language, but are they enough to cover all the schools in the country?
Yeah.
In the country?
That is the symptom. That's not the problem.
It is something that should have started a long time ago. So the foundation was shaky from the beginning.
The training has to be there for the teachers. As
That
well.
again is the symptom. Let me explain where I'm going with this. We, the decision makers, the community, had not taken the difficulties that arise from being deaf or deafness. It was not considered to be important.
Because it is treated as a disability issue.
Yes.
Not
And
a
we
language
do not
issue.
take disabilities seriously.
Yeah.
We do not give it the due diligence we give the theft that we in the country give the idea of getting wealthy. You see, our culture of wealth accumulation has to do with theft. That one we take very, very seriously. But something that involves a large number of members of our community whom we know have disabilities and they live with them, it wasn't taken seriously. And so everything that would make or normalize their lives so that they are on an equal footing with other members of society is not considered.
Okay.
You only need to look, for instance, at the schools that we have that take care of children with what we call special needs.
So now,
When essentially, of course, a deaf child has special needs.
Yes.
But the biggest need is to address the communication challenge that they have.
Yeah.
For the wheelchair users, you talk of ramps, elevators.
Yeah.
But for a deaf child, you just need to ensure they're able to speak with you and me. That's it. And that's something we have not addressed. So the beauty is that in our 2010 constitution, Kenya added sign language as its official language. Why then did we not start teaching sign language from the time we started implementation of the constitution? That's where the gap is. And that's because we looked at it as a disability matter.
So what will happen now that this bill, if the president assents to it, becomes law?
Yeah.
So now what will happen? Would we have enough teachers to deploy to every school?
We shall train them. It's actually, I remember when we were debating this matter on the floor, some of the members were feeling like, look, are we ready? Are we ready for this? This is going to be expensive. Is the country able to? And I liked the some of the members' argument who were disputing that, and I said, look, as a country, when we were banning plastic bags, were we ready? We weren't.
No,
when
we were not.
When we were banning public smoking, were we ready? We weren't. So if today we are to pass this bill, we are not ready. Of course, there will be an uproar even from the telco service providers who are going to say, look, this is too expensive for us, because there's a caption. There's a bit on closed captioning for the media, all this media aspect of the bill as well. It will bring an issue. Even with you guys at the radio stations might start saying, where tuko tayari. But it has to happen at some point.
Yes.
It has to happen. So the bill will go on and Kenya will adjust.
So wait, for the telcos, they'll have to do what on closed captioning
Si
now?
nyinyi hapa kwa radio station.
Oh, you mean the media houses?
Yes, media houses.
Or putting the, subtitles, as we like to call them.
Subtitles for them. And then we also have to offer video conferencing packages for the likes of Safaricom, who offer data. The same way you give subsidized offers to the callers, you have to consider the deaf users, because they use video and mobile conferencing for their meetings.
Right.
But we don't offer them this,
We don't give them offers for the rest of the other types of
Yeah.
communication.
Yeah.
Wow. I hadn't thought of it that way.
Yeah.
Discrimination has many facets. And it manifests in the things that we have normalized.
Hold on, City. Is it discrimination or exclusion?
Both.
Well,
when you discriminate, then you exclude.
Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, I might not necessarily discriminate, but I might just, it's like I've forgotten you, so I have excluded you. When I'm making decisions, I'm making for myself and CT, but I forget that this other person who, and then I remember later, kumbe tuko na Kimani hapa mwenye lazima include. So I think it's more of exclusion and not discrimination.
No. It's discrimination. It's just that you exclusion gives it a delightful coat of paint that makes you look at it as well, something that that slipped your mind. No.
Mm-hmm.
The things we give priority and the things we consider important, we give priority. The things we do not think are important, we do not bother with.
Yeah.
It's the way. If people are arguing in Parliament about the expense, we are not talking about planting trees. You're talking about live human beings whom require a certain attention, and perhaps a little more attention than others who don't have the hindrances they have in their life. Now, how can that not be a priority? Because it's the same thinking that brings about disparity even in economic growth, and has for a long time. It's the same thinking that people use or was used in 1934 in this country, when administratively we determined certain parts of this country can actually be ignored. Same attitude.
Yeah.
Now, it manifests in something that we live with, because these are our children, not somebody else's children, they're ours. These are our relatives. Now, if you do not give sufficient thought to give them the same opportunity as everybody else who's not disadvantaged, you are discriminating. It's pure and simple.
Okay.
If you look at, according to the World Health Organization data, it talks about 5% of the world's population being deaf.
5%.
5%. Translate that to the Kenyan population is 2.5 million.
Okay.
Kenyans. At any given time, there are over 600,000 learners in a classroom that are deaf. So imagine what happens when you exclude all these children. Because yes, you've given them the platform. Yeah, primary, secondary, they have their special needs schools, as they call it. Then what happens at tertiary level, at university? Have you ever gone to a class and found a deaf person in your classroom at campus?
No.
Have you?
I had students who were blind in my class.
But were they
at
deaf?
university. See, I'm telling you what I found.
Yeah. So you see, the thing is, there are many students who are falling out because they cannot afford to be in a classroom, and the few who transition is because maybe they are a bit affluent. They're able to, because ukilipa fees lazima ulipe interpreter wako akuje kwa hiyo class na wewe, so that when the lecturer is teaching, then you have your interpreter there with you. Those are the ones who can afford.
Yes.
But what happens to those who cannot afford? So of course, the government has tried here and there. We have KISE that offers courses for them, but then not fully integrated, because not every deaf person again wants to be an ECD teacher.
Is there a curriculum, by the way, for sign language?
Yes, Kenya KISE offers it, but specifically to the interpreters and the deaf people, not everyone.
At KU we had special education.
No, but courses are offered at campuses. They are there. I think there's a special.
So you're taught Braille.
You're taught all that, but if
sign
you
language.
request, you know, because university you can choose. When we were proposing the Kenya Sign Language Council in the bill, the idea is to, of course, have a council that regulates interpreters in the country.
Okay.
And not just regulate, but also deploy
Licenses,
them.
yes.
License them and deploy them. Because the idea is county governments must employ deaf people. There's a 5% special, the special
Allocation.
group allocation. What happens is you often at times find that the people who get employed as disability people are the wheelchair users, the physical disability, the ones you can see.
Okay.
But you rarely find a deaf person employed, for example, in a county government.
All right.
Not because it comes with extra costs. So what the council will do is that county governments will request interpreters to come to these offices. The council will also be providing interpreters to any public or private institution. So if it's a police station, there must be an interpreter there because, of course, these people are still affected.
Yeah, they have crimes to
they
report.
have crimes to
they
report.
Commit crimes.
They commit crimes. If you go to the courts, you must provide interpreters for them. If you go to hospitals, how do they communicate with doctors? So the idea of the council is not just to regulate, but also stand in to provide the services to the government.
Yes.
And these are groups that are trained. So every year we have to renew their licenses, do courses for them. Again, Kenya Sign Language is unique to Kenya. Ukienda America, there is
Their own
American
language.
Sign Language. So it's a whole different thing. So of course we have to be prepared as a country on how to ensure we don't just accommodate the Kenya Sign Language users, but even when we have other language users with us.
I used to work with in the previous media house I used to work for. There were the sign language interpreters, and I asked them, some questions, and they told me the language is based on English, right?
Yeah.
And so that now when they interpret in English. So when you say there's an American one, there's a Kenyan one, there's probably a Chilean one.
Yeah, every country has its own unique language. But there's a standard basic
words
that they use.
Yes.
But then you keep adjusting depending on the countries that
Okay.
How do you determine the alphabet?
There's a guide, just like you have A, B, C, D.
Okay.
So you can sign A as what, then B, like that.
Okay.
The basics are there.
And if it is in English then, and the Swahili language also has alphabets, as we understand them.
Yes.
What I'm thinking of is, it isn't that difficult to actually adapt or to teach.
Yes.
It isn't. You see, if there's an alphabet, then you know how you're going to form the words.
Yes.
Okay? And you know what the sign for every letter is. So it's not that difficult because it already has a structure that you can follow.
Yeah.
The attitudes that are formed from the myths and misconceptions that people have about deafness, specifically that disability, how do you overcome it?
Overcoming deafness?
No. The attitudes that people have.
I agree.
Because the attitudes are a hindrance.
It's actually a big challenge in the deaf space because you meet a deaf person and your first instinct is, oh yeah, husky. These people don't need pity.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the easiest, how would I say, form of disability that exists because you just have to address the communication aspect.
And if everything else is okay.
But now we unakaa mkutano and then they're there telling you their problems and then you pity them. They don't need pity.
Okay.
Haitaji huruma. They need services provided to them. And I agree with you. It's a challenge that is there because we kind of have, of course, huruma iko. You want to make things better, but how do you make things better? By being deliberate, both in policy aspect and addressing the disparities that are there.
I remembered something that you just said a few sentences back, and it's about how when we go to the police station we need services and these folks need services. I don't know how long it would take, or rather how long it takes to just train someone in basic sign language. Is it something that can be taught at Kiganjo for our police officers?
So that's what the bill is addressing. You ensure that the country is ready to communicate. So for now, we are not yet there. What the bill will do is we'll start with basic training. So if it's TSC, we go back to training the teachers. If it is our police officers, we prepare them to communicate with these people.
Oh yeah.
Like you start with the small aspects of it, but you ensure we have deployed interpreters ready at the stations, at the courts, at the hospitals at any given time. At any given time, because saizi, if you arrest a deaf person, polisi or CS anaenda kutafuta translator. Hatuendi kutafuta sasa. They are deployed. They are part of the station.
Okay.
They are officers that will be there with you. If you go to hospital, same thing. They will work alongside the medical team.
So this will be a police officer, for in the case of the police, for
Yes.
example. It will be a police officer with kawaida ranks as any other officer.
No. For now, the council, of course, if the police have their own interpreters, we have no problem.
Okay.
But where they don't exist, the council supplements. That's the idea.
I get it now.
But as we also prepare to have everyone learn the language.
Hiyo kitu iongezwe Kiganda.
Mimi nikipeleka mtoto wangu shule, my daughter is 2 years, next year when she's at school and the bill has been assented, she will have to learn sign language.
Yeah.
Then you have a generation that can speak.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
You're very knowledgeable on this subject.
Yeah.
What made you get interested in this subject? Because we interview or we have conversations with very many people, but I have never come across somebody who advocates for this as clearly as you do.
Yeah. I of course my father was a teacher. Still he's an educationist now, but he was in teaching for 17 years.
Okay.
And he had a lot of information on so many things. So I grew up just seeing how he operates, and I grew up in a school setup. Mi maisha yangu yote tumeishi kwa servants quarter.
Okay.
Ya walimu. So I grew up understanding different things in the education space. He was also very passionate about providing quality, accessible education to children. So even as a teacher, he would never send a student home despite being a principal because of school fees. Kama mtoto hana school fees na anajua background, he would try and support. So in his experiences, he interacted with many kinds of parents. And one of the parents he met was a family that had deaf children from firstborn Adi. They're still there.
Were they adopted or they were all?
No, ni like mzazi anapata watoto wenye hawasiki. That's the state.
Okay.
So when I started advocacy in 2015, I finished high school 2014. So 15, I started an NGO program to support education programs, and I started interacting with many deaf children.
Okay.
Who somehow don't have either the school fees. You know, poverty is a general problem that we have, and that's why you have things like CDF nini to provide this. But unapata mtoto even after amelipiwa school fees bado hajasaidika. So I started educating myself. I interacted with the Kenya National Association for the Deaf in 2019, and we sat down, and at that time I was running for president on TV. I was on a program called Miss President.
I remember the program.
Yeah, so then I started just talking about these issues on the platforms that I got. Then eventually I sat down with the National Association for the Deaf to just find out what exactly they are doing to get assisted. And they gave me a booklet, which is a bill they had drafted. And they said, Umi, look for a member to sponsor this bill. So then you remember what happened. COVID came, 2020, things slowed down. 2021 mimi mwenyewe nilianza sasa siasa. I started campaigning for the late Raila Odinga that time.
Yes.
And the little contributions that I used to do was every time we have a rally, I would ensure we have the deaf people getting their translators. The beauty is that ODM has an entire youth wing as well as a disability league.
Yes.
And the chair of the Disability League is among the drafters of that particular booklet that I was given.
ODM has a disability league.
Yes.
The same way we have a women's league, a youth league.
Yes. Actually, ODM is the only party that has a disability league.
Okay.
And it is chaired by a deaf person, Nixon Kakiri, who wrote this bill, or rather contributed to the bill that we've just passed in the House.
Okay.
So I met Kakiri and we would work together on the campaign. He was also trying to join politics at that time. Sadly, he didn't make it to the list because of gender. But we still got a brilliant lady, Asige, who we have co-sponsored this
doing
bill.
a good job, yeah.
So Crystal is my co-sponsor of this bill. So throughout, I think for the last, since 2019, 2021, I've been doing different forms of advocacy meetings, trying to educate myself. Then along the way, you meet parents. So there's a time when you leave the boardroom and go and meet the reality of things. And I realized the gap is huge. So Senator Kamar in the last parliament, together with Senator, I'm forgetting her name, she was a disability representative in the Senate at that time.
Okay.
A Kuria senator. I remember she comes from, where do the Kurias live? Is it Migori?
They are in Migori County.
Yes, she was from Migori, and I think she also ran for women rep.
Okay.
And successfully brought a sign language bill, which lapsed in the Senate. So Asige comes into in the Senate and I come into the National Assembly. The first thing I do is I went back to Kakire and said, Nixon, I come from the same party. We no longer have to look for a sponsor. I'm here. Give me the bill.
I'll sponsor it.
I'll sponsor it. So I sat down, took it, went through the legislative processes.
Yes.
And at second reading stage, Asige's bill and mine meet in National Assembly. So we decided, instead of losing such a beautiful bill, let's merge.
Okay.
So her bill didn't have a lot of the things that I'm advocating for. It didn't have the council. It was talking about the education aspect of things. But mine was addressing both the council as well as the media preparations. So we decided then I'll move my amendments into this Senate bill, merge it and have one bill. So that's where we are today. And I think along the way, you gain a lot of things that you get interested in. So for me, education was a big thing for me. I advocated for quality, accessible education, but specifically took interest in the special aspect of it.
For the deaf specifically?
Not just the deaf.
Right.
But also what they call invisible disabilities. Because Kenya is still not ready again. We have dyslexic children, we have ADHD, we have autism. They're all bundled together kama mtoto mwenye hashiki. You get my point? Haelewi. So you find in a classroom, if you have a child who has ADHD, the teacher writes on the report form, the child can do better if they stop jumping too much in the classroom. Hiyo ndo report mwalimu atakuandikia. Kama ni autism, utaambiwa mtoto ni bubu or hawezi ongea, but autism has different levels from 1, 2, 3 even.
That's why it's referred to as a spectrum.
You see, and we've left all that to a small department called KISE to do assessment, to do interventions, when these things cannot be limited to just a small corner of the special, the basic education bit. It has to be integrated into our classrooms.
Okay.
So for me, I think the general special needs education is something I've taken interest in.
One of our viewers here, Boaz Oruko, anasema cause exclusion. We live together, we learn together. Nyaga Junior alikuwa ameuliza something lakini akadelete, but I think you answered it because he was asking the languages that sign language is in. Now you've told us that there's a universal baseline. Then now every country takes up their own. Louise Rudasingo amesema she's championing a noble cause. I wish her the best for the future.
Thank you.
Now, when is the president meant to assent to this? It's been 8 days now.
No, so because two kinds of bills, if a bill originates from the Senate, it has to go back to Senate. Considering, remember again, money bills cannot come from Senate. But in my amendments, I moved money issues into the bill, which makes it a money bill. So the process is simple. It has come from Senate, National Assembly, we finished, we've passed, goes back to Senate. If my co-sponsor, who is Asige, agrees to the amendments, then it's assented into. So it's just a matter of, I don't know if they're on recess or once they are back, Senate will acknowledge that the bill has passed and it will go for assentment.
And then that will become part of our laws.
Inshallah.
When are we supposed to see now that implementation? Is it usually something that is immediate? For example, there are some things that can be immediate. But there are some, like now we said, every police station, every school should have this nini. How soon should we see now?
What will from what I know is as soon as the bill is passed, the implementation will be immediate in most of, let me say 8% of what the bill is asking. If you look at where we've put the bill, we didn't put it in the Ministry of Labor and Special Programs because we argued it has no business being there. There's a PWD Act, there is the National Council for Persons with Disability. They deal with disability aspect of the bill. But the bill itself, like I told you when I started, is a language bill. Language is something that has to be taught, so it to the Ministry of Education. As soon as it's assented to, the ministry sits down, then sends the policy to KICD to start adjusting. Once KICD takes it up, then it will be implemented across.
Okay.
For something like teaching, already the current curriculum has a bit on special sign language. It has a unit on sign language.
Okay.
Only that it's optional. So we just make it
now compulsory.
That's it. Yeah. So pole pole too.
Yeah.
One of the problems that we have when we're dealing with any form of disability is something I mentioned earlier. It's the myths and misconceptions. We do not see it for what it is. We have ideas that are formed over time culturally. Some of them are, well, just ignorance really, but we call it misinformation. Now, there are a serious hindrance. If you look at, say, some of the invisible diseases, things like autism, what the common mwananchi understands it to be and what it is, worlds apart.
Yeah.
ADHD. Why do you think, for instance, mental illness in Kiswahili, wazimu?
Yeah.
It's an illness. It is not seen as an illness.
Yeah.
It isn't seen as something that can actually be addressed and something that can actually be treated. It is not seen in that light. So part of the journey is getting,
people to understand.
Yes, you get the curriculum right. You do what needs to be done, but just getting. To give an example is something as simple as the education of girls. Kenyan societies had to overcome it over time.
Through advocacy.
Yes, the need to educate a girl, most people they couldn't see it. And they would even ask why. Okay, but over time and through advocacy and persistence, it became clear and it became obvious. Remember, even when women got into the workplace, they were not treated as equals in terms of pay. Same qualification, you would not be paid quite the same as the men were.
No, even the kind of job they would do within the office wasn't what other people would do.
All these things arise from a certain level of ignorance. There are things you don't know, but you have a belief which is not based on any supportive fact. So when you move away from that, there's a journey that people travel. It's the same journey that you travel with something like
this bill.
Yes. But it's easier in this sense. In the information age and the advancement of technology, there are certain things that become easier to manage. You see, when you're talking of deafness, you assume that everybody is at a point where they can't hear completely. There are people who are partially deaf.
Actually, that brings me to a point.
Yes.
Inshallah, because of course, private member bills takes time. And something that I would want to do is address that. You see, in Kenya, mtoto akizaliwa, the focus in the campaign is big on vaccines. Vaccines. Make sure mtoto, unaambia mama, leta mtoto, nini. But you find a mother amelea mtoto, and then when the child is 1 year old is when the mother realizes, oh my God, my child cannot hear. That's because at the hospital level, mtoto akizaliwa hivi, there are numerous tests that a child should go through. Check if the child is deaf, if the child is blind. Despite ensuring the children get their vaccines, the hospitals and the medics must also be prepared to run these specific tests, which we haven't achieved as a country. A lot of hearing issues can be reversed if it is addressed at the early onset.
Yes.
Yani mtoto by the time ako 1 month, 2 months, ushajua, then you can provide those devices for them, or if it is something treatable, you treat it immediately.
Yeah.
But you find we don't do that, and this child loses their hearing because of our own incompetence. So that's something I would also want to advocate for, inshallah, if I come back to the house, because again, disability issues are very broad. It's how we address as a country, and we have done small things here and there. Like when we came here, you said, "Oh, but we have interpreters on TV," but we've not addressed the challenge.
Yeah.
The same thing, even when it comes to dealing with the children, we need to ensure we have early testings. In a country like America,
yes,
mtoto ametoka kwa tumbo ya mama hivi, there's a nurse there who's counting vidole ya mtoto. Does this child have 10 fingers, 10 toes?
Yes.
Then amepelekwa kwa mama. Immediately a doctor comes, does a hearing test again to see if the child can hear. Then they also do
the sight
test. Then they also do a vitamin. I don't know if it is A-OK on the spot. That's because their policies have ensured these children get these tests.
They actually injected with vitamin K the moment
are
delivered.
Yes, that is it. So we must reach there as a country, and for us to reach there, it has to be constant campaigns. Like when you to make campaign vaccines,
yes,
we also address disability issues from an early stage. There's something, I was at an interview yesterday, and I mentioned there are many things that are happening in the country. And one thing I really like that President William Samoei Ruto has done is, of course, quietly, but there's a whole factory at Kise. I don't know if you're aware.
I'm not.
There's a factory that is there to provide assistive devices to children who have special needs. Something that wasn't there before. Before, we would import these things at a very pricely cost.
Yes.
But what Kenya is doing now, it's setting up its own factory to procure and make these devices. And if you're a parent of a disability child, you go to Kise,
yes,
do your testing assessments, na unapatiwa hizi gadgets hapo. So which is something progressive. Honestly, I was, at that time when I came across, I was still an opposition member. So I was like, this is impressive.
Yeah.
Something as simple as, because that factory is crucial. Baiskeli are the wheelchairs.
Yes.
They're there. Do you know, as a parent, you can go to Kise and get them?
Now I know.
Do they have prosthesis as well?
Yes, they make everything there for you. Kila kitu. It's a factory that was launched, I think, in 2023.
Yes.
And the president's goal was to ensure we reduce the costs. And then at parliament level, we also are going to pass a bill to support parents who are taking care of special needs children. So these are things that need to happen, because the burden of childcare falls on the parent. So mapata mama itabidi ache kazi. If it's a 2-income household, one has to stay back to take care of the child. So then government must supplement that. Easy items are very expensive. How do you make sure you get, again, vitu kama prosthetics, mguu inaendelea kumea. The more the child grows, the more you grow out of size. Each prosthetic might cost up to 40,000-50,000. Pesa mingi sana.
That's a lot of money.
So this is something that government has done specifically to support children who need these gadgets, who need these items. So for me, that's a big thing.
What? How will this affect, if it finally becomes an act, how will it affect the private sector? Companies, will they now?
Yes, as long as you operate in this country, you live by the laws of the country. Yeah, so it's that simple.
Yeah, we'll have companies where they need to have interpreters. Okay.
And these interpreters need jobs.
For sure.
So when the bill goes to the likes of Safaricom and Airtel, they have to hire interpreters to be able to support them.
I was just thinking of a random company, like say a cement company, manufacturing cement, to cement a Bamburi cement.
What if they end up having someone on their board who's deaf, how do they communicate with them?
Okay.
Yani huwezi jua. What if the MD there goes deaf?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because again, ukipata stroke and it
disables one
side of your body and you can't hear, you know, you're a candidate for disability anytime.
Yes.
Anytime.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now, for the interpreters who will go and be certified, I'm sure, of course, there are tests that they will need to undertake. Is there like a certification level?
Yeah. The council will do that. So if you read the act, the council talks about training, preparing, certifying.
Yes.
And it is a year license. So every year you have to renew that license because, again, language keeps changing.
Okay.
So you must be prepared.
They keep on adding words to the dictionary.
Yeah, so wezi jua nyingi tatokea. So you have to make sure that the people you're deploying or you're giving licenses are qualified people. Just like, and eventually you'll even have experts in sign language. You know, when I was doing the public participation of the bill, that time Biden was still the president, and his administration sent a delegation to us to come and find out what we are doing as a country, because a country as advanced, quote unquote, as USA doesn't have a bill like Kenya. Because this bill, I think it's only 5 countries that have this particular bill. Only 5.
So they came to benchmark here.
They came to find out, yes, what exactly we are doing, what can they borrow, and of course it was a learning platform, because the Association for the American Deaf were here with us with the Kenyan Association for the Deaf.
Yes.
It was a very beautiful interaction because they kept saying, oh wow. They didn't know how far this bill was going, The entire world, if the president signs it, Kenya will be the 5th country.
Okay.
I think
to have
such a law. I think it's Britain, New Zealand, and I don't remember the other countries.
Okay.
South Africa last year passed South African Sign Language to be part of their national language.
Okay.
Kenya did that in 2010.
So now the only thing remaining sasa waeke bill yao
no, pia
kama
wako nayo walipitisha yote pamoja.
Sawa. Are you running for any seats?
Of course, yes. I'm running for the women rep seat in Garissa.
Yes.
And I, inshallah.
Yeah. On which party? Ticket, that is?
I am an ODM member. So I am loyal to my party.
Unaweza amka kesho tukupate uko kwa party inajiita Linda Mwananchi. Na ama tukupate kwa Wiper.
I will be no, never. I will be in a party that is broad based.
Why did you say never?
No. Wiper, we have different Wiper, when we were with ODM, we were on the same
Azimio.
Yes, on the same wavelength. Lakini siku hizi kidogo umetupa mbao.
All right. We wish you all the best, Mahesh.
Thank you so much.
And we can't wait to see the outcome of this particular process.
I think this would be, if this bill is assented to, then I would have feel like I have fulfilled, So, of course, there are other things I want to do in terms of legislative proposals, but if Allah gives me the platform, I'll continue doing that.
Yeah. Someone is asking, why do bills take time as we, let you go? Because you
private
said private members' bills usually take. Why?
We are how many in Parliament? 340?
350?
Yeah. Imagine each person has a bill. That's why Senate passes their bill faster, because they're 67.
Okay.
It's easier to pass a bill in Senate. Imagine my bill was proposed immediately I was sworn in. Nileka kurani vichini October. Nikapeana bill. The same time my colleague Asige brought hers.
Yes.
And by the time hers had finished Senate and came to National Assembly, I was still at first reading. That's because we are many. Then the government bills also get prioritized. So while my bill is on the order paper, then kesho finance bill ikikuja, of course it has to wait.
Why do government bills get priority?
Because there are many things that government is handling. For example, nchi inahitaji pesa, finance bill haizi ngoja. Lazima ipite. If there's something that is of urgency that has to be addressed at that time, they get prioritized. Okay. Then members also have their own bills. So if a member's bill was on the order paper last time, the debate duration is still the same. It has to be finished. So it takes time because pia tuko there's so many good things happening there that can all not get prioritized, but they have to get done.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Sawa. We wish you, like I said, wish you the best.
Yeah.
Alafu
Come vote in Garissa. Leteni kura Garissa.
Ndio tukupatie. Umesema
Yeah,
woman rep,
exercise your democratic right. You don't have to just vote in your village. Yeah. Come.
Nitakuja na lori mzima ya watu.
Walete.
Sawa, folks.
Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow at exactly 6 a.m. on the People's Breakfast. Right now, though, here's the news.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The World Cup has suffered a significant increase in the most serious examples of racist abuse online. FIFA's Social Media Protection Service has found a total of 89,000 abusive posts were identified across